Welcome, Claudia. Good morning.
How are you?
Good.
I'm Claudia.
Okay, good morning. Good morning, colleagues. Can everybody hear me well? It's a pleasure to welcome you all to day 2 of our annual meeting on rule of law and human rights, on securitizing development. And I think many of you know me from yesterday. I'm the Mistress of Ceremonies, but for those who are new today, my name is Sarah Rattray. I'm the Governance, Rule of Law and Peacebuilding Co-Director Interim, and it's a pleasure to welcome you all to the second day of this annual meeting. We had a wonderful first day yesterday. We had a wonderful opening where we had guidance from many of our key leaders, including the Administrator of UNDP, the Assistant Secretary General and Crisis Bureau Director, the Minister of Justice from Lebanon, the National Security Advisor from Ghana, and other colleagues. And then we delved right into a very interesting session on local action and security and community security perspectives. We heard from activists and people working on the front lines of community security in their communities on mediation and arbitration. And then in the afternoon, we had a real privilege of having a special session on Lebanon, where the Minister of Justice was here to lead a conversation with stakeholders tuning in from Beirut. So I think it was an absolutely wonderful day, and we have some of the same constituency and different constituencies today, and many people joining us online. Before I introduce the first session, I'd like us to show just a very short recap video of yesterday, especially for those who were not with us, just to give you a flavour of the conversations that we had, which were very practical and very focused, and I think it might be nice just to remind us and for those who weren't there. So if we can play the video now, thank you.
Development starts with governance. Governance brings trust. When people have trust in their community, when they feel secure, when they feel taken care of, then they are able to grow. Then you also are able to get private investment. Then you are able to build a society. That is the work that UNDP is doing. It's investing in those foundations in which the people we work with can build a safe, a stable, and a secure society.
Everybody agrees that fighting for rule of law, fighting against any violation of human rights, making sure that security and human rights can go along together is very important for all the countries and for the peace.
For January, this tripartite partnership, it's very, very helpful. Rule of law, protection of human rights, stability, and peace building, this is all the team are connected, and this tri-partnership, it's the answer to act collectively on the ground.
I'm so happy to meet all the partners today to talk about the importance of partnership as well as working together and then do things differently in the most complex global context that we are now in.
Governance work is what makes sure that development goes forward. Without governance, rule of law, democratic institutions, development is not growing, it is unraveling. Let's make sure that that is not happening.
Thank you so much. I'd like to remind everyone that translation is available online, and I think we have nearly 200 people online listening to the session, and you have headsets here as well. And I'm very pleased now and delighted to hand over to the Regional Bureau for Africa's Deputy Director, Ms. Aissata Day, who's going to moderate this session. Aissata has been a champion of rule of law and human rights throughout her career. She reminded me the other day that she started actually working for OHCHR somehow, and she's constantly been implementing this support in the field in many different capacities. And of course, she's been at our annual meeting and shepherded these discussions. And we're really, really delighted to have you, Aissata. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Distinguished speakers, colleagues and partners, good morning. Welcome to this plenary session on human rights and security prevention, due diligence, and accountability. Well, welcome to those who are joining in person, who are here with us, but also those who are joining online for this annual meeting on rule of law and human rights. Today's session is grounded in a simple but important proposition. In fragile, conflict-affected, and political sensitive contexts, human rights are not external to security work. They are central to making security engagement more legitimate, but also more accountable and more preventive. Security responses that are not aligned with human rights standards can aggrave grievances, reinforce exclusion, and erode public trust. By contrast, rights-informed security engagement can help identify risk early, strengthen accountability, but also improve institutional response and build the trust on which legitimate security depends. We will today explore how human rights standards, analysis, and oversight can make security engagement more preventive, accountable, and effective, including through risk-informed engagement with security actors, prevention, detention of oversight, and broader human rights-informed approach to security and rule of law. Our aim this morning is to move beyond general affirmation of the human rights security nexus and focus instead on practical example. What works, what remains difficult, and what lessons learned can inform stronger programming and partnership going forward. There are issues of growing importance across many of the contexts in which UNDP and our partners work, and I think the session on Lebanon yesterday was very informative. And we are grateful to have such a strong group of speakers to help us reflect on the practical implication of the program and policy partnership. Distinguished speakers, I'm first of all, pleased to welcome Claudia Fuentes Julio, Assistant Secretary General for Human Rights. Claudia, welcome again. Good morning. We are grateful to have the Office of the High Commissioner of Human Rights perspective in this discussion, particularly on the application of human rights standards in crisis and security-sensitive contexts. Claudia also joined us at an important moment to reflect on how human rights protection can help guide action in settings where security risks are high and public trust may be fragile. The human rights due diligence policy is a UN framework that helps ensure support to non-UN security actors in assessed, monitored, and where necessary adjusted where there is a risk of grave human rights violation. It is intended to help the UN engage, but also other stakeholders in security contexts in a way that is risk-informed, protective, and consistent with international standards. Claudia, our question to you is from the Human Rights Commission perspective, and drawing on your own expertise and experience, how can the human rights due diligence policy and why the human rights engagement help strengthen protection and guide action in crisis and security-sensitive contexts?
This is on? Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Aisata, for your introduction and for the questions. Let me also say good morning to Habiba. We were yesterday in another panel, so we are already good friends. And also to start saying that this is a whole women's panel, which is actually good news, because women are not necessarily at the table when dealing and mediating conflicts and speaking about this. So probably this is the first statement, that we need more women in the table when speaking about security, peace, conflict, and of course, human rights. Let me say and express my gratitude to UNDP to invite the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights to this very important gathering. It is always a privilege to work together and to join you this morning. As you know, I just assumed office, so this is my third day, but I thought it was very important to be speaking about precisely human rights and the link with security with you this morning. The theme before us is very timely and for that, of course, very consequential. It is precisely through these platforms and these events that we can reflect in an honest and hopefully in a more ambitious way on our collective responsibilities and strategies to foster a more peaceful world, which is something most desperately needed these days. And as you will see from my remarks, from my office, we believe that human rights are a prerequisite for peace. It is, as I said before, conflicts are intensifying, inequality is deepening, democratic institutions face pressure. In this time of heightened insecurity and fragmentation, it can be tempting to treat rule of law, human rights, and peace as aspirational ideas, secondary to more sometimes immediate imperative of stability and growth. However, in my office, we believe that human rights are not just norms, values, and ideals. Human rights, as I said before, are a precondition for the rule of law, for peace and security, and sustainable development. Peace and security are never merely the absence of conflict, but rather the consequence of presence of equality, justice, and respect for human rights. The evidence is clear. When human rights are systematically disregarded, grievances accumulate, social cohesion erodes, trust between communities and institutions collapses. The conditions for conflicts are amplified. When development is inclusive and equitable, when institutions are strong and accountable, when rights are upheld rather than negotiated away, we address the root causes of instability, not only the symptoms, and lay the foundations for protection and prevention. Participants, let me, distinguished guests, let me talk a little bit more about our human rights due diligence policy as well. This, which is, the acronym is HRDDP. You know, our life is full of acronyms, and sometimes it makes it even more difficult, but the human rights due diligence policy, it's a critical tool for prevention, early action, protection, and accountability. Because at heart, the HRDDP is intended to positively influence the behavioral, culture, and institutional management of non-UN security forces, as well as prevent the commission of great violations by non-UN forces receiving UN support. In response to your critical question, let me emphasize 4 ways in which the human rights due diligence policy helps strengthen the protection and guide action in crisis and security sensitive context. First, the HRDDP is an entry point. Raising human rights issues with security forces can be politically fraught and, as we all know, very politically sensitive and difficult, often met with resistance, denial, and dismissal. The HRDDP reverses the equation, and let me emphasize this, by anchoring UN support to mandatory human rights due diligence processes. It redefines the parameters of such a relation, creating a structural and institutionalized basis for dialogue with security forces and conduct accountability. Second, this policy is a pragmatic enabler for UN engagement. In crisis and security sensitive context, the instinct is often to deprioritize human rights in favor of immediate operational imperatives. This policy counters this dynamic by institutionally compelling UN entities to systematically analyze and engage with security forces before, during, and after providing support. Third, the HRDDP is an early warning and conflict prevention tool. When properly resourced and implemented, this policy can be a powerful conflict prevention and early warning instrument. Required risk assessment of security forces can generate critical real-time analysis on the protection environment. Lastly, implementing the HRDDP helps ensure that our engagement supports sustainable development outcomes. It ensures that UN support does not inadvertently reinforce exclusion, abuse, or instability, but instead helps build institutions that are more accountable, inclusive, and of course, trusted. I'm not sure that I have a lot of time, but let me give maybe just one example, because I have like 3 examples, but later if you have questions. In Bangladesh, the UN country team, in the wake of violent repression of youth-led demonstrations by security forces, you probably remember in mid-2024, and in a context of acute police reform needs, we jointly developed a general preliminary risk assessment under HRDDP. This helped reorient UN support to security forces in a highly sensitive context, ensuring that any assistance is guided by the need to strengthen protection and ensure the effectiveness of UN-supported government interventions. This example, and many others, we can speak about Somalia later if you want, demonstrate how rigorous analysis of human rights risk in technical support programs not only enable the UN to operate in highly sensitive contexts, but also enhances prevention and protection. I would also like to take this opportunity to recognize UNDP's strong work in establishing organization-specific guidelines for human rights diligence risk assessments. Dear colleagues, let me finish the question with this, because I know I'm taking a little bit more of your time. Sustainable peace and a strong rule of law, which is the topic of the event today, cannot be achieved in isolation. The intertwined nature of human rights, peace, and development needs a consolidated and collaborative approach among all stakeholders, and this is what I would like to really stress this morning. The challenge before us are systematic, and they demand, of course, systematic and coordinated responses. OHCSR looks forward to further deepen our partnership with UNDP and with other UN partners, entity, and all actors committed to the integration of human rights into development and security framework. Of course, I always look forward to a very productive discussion together, and thank you again.
Thank you, Claudia. Thank you for sharing this. As you rightly said, the human rights HRDDP is quite a critical instrument. Where do you see important opportunities? We know that we are collaborating very closely with, there's a close collaboration between UNDP and the Office of the High Commissioner of Human Rights. And based on, in addition to the example of Bangladesh, where do you see greater opportunities of collaboration between UNDP and OHCHR, but also with national entities?
This is a quite good question, Aisata. Thank you so much. I think first, probably the most important opportunity lies in analysis and joint actions. I think working together on the ground to prevent and respond to human rights violations and abuses before they escalate into, a full crisis. So that's probably one of the most important ones. For example, we could consider feeding OHCHR's human rights monitoring and normative expertise into UNDP development programming and in-country presence to strengthen early warning analysis that can inform national policy and action. At the country level, this means enhancing UN support to national actors, as you mentioned, governments, national human rights institutions, civil society, of course, in building domestic systems as capacities needed to prevent violations and ensure, of course, accountability that is central to this discussion. Second, in many contexts, collective UN assistance, when we combine our technical expertise, programmatic funding, and convening power across donors and national institutions, has few real substitutes. This creates tangible influence, as national authorities often rely on UN support to sustain reform processes and access across-border international financing. For example, in justice, and probably this is very tangible in security sector reform programs, UNDP frequently manages multi-donor trust funds and provides integrated support to police oversight. accountability mechanism and infrastructure. We can work on that as well. One more, and with this I finish, where UN entities can combine expertise is in technical guidance to states. I think this is something that we can certainly work further.
Thank you so much. As you rightly said, the HRDDP is an instrument that can help to engage with several stakeholders. And our next speaker, who is the Vice Chair, Mr. Massoub Al-Abeb, who is joining online, who is Vice Chair of the Parliament and member of the Defense and National Security Committee of the Libyan House of Representatives, will also address us. He brings a valuable national perspective on the relationship between human rights, public trust, and security sector reform, particularly in the context where institutional legitimacy, accountability, and confidence in security actors remain closely tied to broader stabilization. We know that the parliamentary oversight function is key when it comes to monitoring the implementation of human rights standards. And as you rightly said, through the tools that we have, it also helps to have a greater engagement with Parliament as a national institution. In the Mr. Massoub Al-Abeb, in context of institutional transition and fragility, how can embedding human rights principle in security sector reform will rebuild public confidence, improve accountability, and support long-term governance, rule of law objective? Over to you, because I cannot see him on screen, so thank you. Over to you. Good morning again.
Good morning. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السيدات والسادة الحضور الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسعدني ويشرفني أن أشارك معكم اليوم في هذا اللقاء المهم الذي يجمعنا لمناقشة إحدى القضايا الأكثر أهمية في عالمنا المعاصر، وهي العلاقة بين حقوق الإنسان وإصلاح القطاع الأمني، وما لذلك من أثر مباشر على بناء الثقة والاستقرار وتعزيز مؤسسات الدولة. وأود في البداية أن أتقدم بجزيل الشكر والتقدير لبرنامج الأمم المتحدة الإنمائي ولجميع الجهات المنظمة على هذه المبادرة المهمة التي تتيح فرصة لتبادل الخبرات والرؤى حول قضايا تمس بحاضر ومستقبل مجتمعاتنا. أنا مصعب العابد، نائب رئيس لجنة الدفاع والأمن القومي بمجلس النواب الليبي، أتحدث إليكم اليوم من ليبيا، الدولة التي مرت خلال السنوات الماضية بتحديات سياسية وأمنية ومؤسسية كبيرة، لكنها في الوقت ذاته ما زالت تؤمن بقدرة شعبها ومؤسساتها على تجاوز الصعوبات وبناء مستقبل أفضل. سيدات والسادة، عندما نتحدث عن الأمن وحقوق الإنسان يعتقد البعض في ليبيا أننا نتحدث عن مسارين مختلفين أو حتى متعارضين، لكن الحقيقة التي تعلمناها من واقع التجربة الليبية هي أن الأمن وحقوق الإنسان وجهان لعملة واحدة. لا يمكن حماية الحقوق والحريات في ظل غياب مؤسسات أمنية وقوية ومهنية وشرعية، ولا يمكن في المقابل أن يتحقق أمنا مستدام في غياب احترام القانون والحقوق الأساسية للمواطنين. إن المواطن لا يقيس قوة الدولة بعدد أفراد أجهزتها الأمنية أو حجم إمكانياتها فقط، بل يقيسها بمدى شعوره بالعدالة والثقة والاحترام. وعندما يشعر المواطن بأن القانون يطبق على الجميع، وأن المؤسسات تعمل لخدمته وحمايته، وأن كرامته مصانة، فإن العلاقة بينه وبين الدولة تتحول من علاقة خوف أو تردد إلى علاقة ثقة وشراكة ومسؤولية مشتركة. ومن هنا فإن جوهر الدولة الحديثة ليس فقط بالقوة بل الثقة. الثقة في القانون، الثقة في المؤسسات، الثقة في قدرة الدولة على تحقيق العدالة وحماية الحقوق. أما بالنسبة للإجابة عن السؤال، ففي السياق الليبي لا يمكن النظر إلى إصلاح قطاع الأمن كمسألة فنية فقط، بل كجزء أساسي من عملية إعادة بناء الدولة واستعادة الثقة بين المواطن والمؤسسات. فليبيا ما زالت تواجه تحديات مرتبطة بانقسام المؤسسات الأمنية والعسكرية، وتعدد الفاعلين المسلحين، وتداخل الصلاحيات، وضعف الرقابة، إضافة إلى إرث من الانتهاكات وغياب المساءلة في بعض الحالات. لذلك فإن إدماج مبادئ حقوق الإنسان في إصلاح قطاع الأمن ليس موضوعا إضافيا أو منفصلا، بل هو شرط أساسي لبناء قطاع أمني شرعي وفعال وخاضع للقانون. وعندما يشعر المواطن الليبي أن المؤسسة الأمنية تعمل لحمايته وليس للسيطرة عليه أو حماية مصالح فئة أو جهة معينة، فإن ذلك يساهم تدريجيا في إعادة بناء الثقة العامة. وهذه الثقة لا يمكن أن تبنى بالشعارات فقط، بل من خلال سلوك يومي واضح: احترام القانون، عدم التمييز، ضبط استخدام القوة، حماية المدنيين، احترام إجراءات القبض والاحتجاز، والتعامل المهني مع المجتمعات المحلية في ليبيا. كما أن إدماج حقوق الإنسان يساعد في تحسين المساءلة داخل المؤسسات الأمنية والعسكرية، فوجود معايير واضحة للسلوك ومدونة سلوك وإجراءات تشغيلية وآليات للشكاوى والتفتيش والتحقيق يساعد على تقليل الانتهاكات وتعزيز الانضباط المؤسسي. وهذا مهم في ليبيا، لأن أي إصلاح حقيقي لا يمكن أن ينجح إذا استمرت الممارسات غير الخاضعة للرقابة، وإذا شعر المواطن أن الانتهاكات تمر بدون محاسبة. وعلى المدى الأطول يساهم هذا النهج في دعم وسيادة القانون، لأن القطاع الأمني يصبح جزءا من مؤسسات الدولة وليس بديلا عنها أو سلطة موازية لها. ومن المهم التأكيد أن حقوق الإنسان ليست قيدا على العمل الأمني، بل هي عنصر أساسي لنجاح المؤسسات الأمنية التي تحترم حقوق الإنسان، تكون أكثر مهنية وأكثر قبولا لدى المجتمع وأكثر قدرة على تنفيذ مهامها بفاعلية. وفي الحالة الأمنية وفي الحالة الليبية تحديدا، فإن ربط إصلاح القطاع الأمني بحقوق الإنسان يساعد على تحويل الأمن من أداة للصراع والنفوذ إلى خدمة عامة. لدينا تجارب عديدة في ليبيا للأمانة. ففي 31 مايو 2024 عقد اجتماع في تونس ضم ممثلين عن وزارتي الدفاع ورئاسة الأركان في حكومة طرابلس وبنغازي، وأكثر من 15 جهة عسكرية وأمنية وقعوا على مدونة سلوك. تهدف هذه المدونة بشكل أساسي إلى ضبط سلوك المجموعات المسلحة المنضوية تحت الدولة، وحظر المظاهر القانونية، وحماية حقوق الإنسان. وقد تم تعميم هذه الوثيقة على كافة الجهات الأمنية لضمان دخولها حيز التنفيذ والعمل به. كما أن وزارة الداخلية التابعة لحكومة طرابلس قد صدرت المنشور رقم 1 لسنة 2024، والذي يهدف إلى إلزام أعضاء هيئة الشرطة ومأمورية الضبط القضائي باحترام حقوق الإنسان وحمايتها، وتفادي أي تجاوز قانوني قد تحدث أثناء عمليات القبض. كما أن القيادة العامة في شرق البلاد قد شكلت لجنة وطنية مؤقتة لمتابعة أوضاع السجون والسجناء، وتهدف هذه اللجنة إلى حصر ومراجعة أوضاع جميع السجناء والموقوفين والتحقق من سلامة الإجراءات. وقد أشرفت هذه اللجنة في مايو 2026 على الإفراج عن أكثر من 250 سجينا من سجن جرناطة، ما يعني بأن الجهات الأمنية والعسكرية في شرق البلاد وغربها على استعداد للتعاون لإدماج مبادئ حقوق الإنسان في إصلاح قطاع الأمن. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. شكرا جزيلا على الاستماع، وشكرا جزيلا على إتاحة هذه الفرصة لي للتحدث إليكم. شكرا.
Thank you so much, Honorable Massoub Al-Abeb, for bringing the Libyan perspective, showing that human rights, the security sector reform under the perspective of human rights is not an end per se, it's part of the reconstruction process, but also a key approach in sustaining trust and rebuilding trust between the population and the institutions. Thank you for having shared concrete example. I'm sure during the question and answer process, we'll come back on how we can continue to support you and what would be the best way to continue this engagement in the ground. Now I'm giving the floor to Habiba. Thank you for coming here, for being with us. Habiba is the Executive Secretary of the Malawi Human Rights Commission. We know that when it comes to implementation of human rights standards, the National Human Rights Commissions are key institutions in helping to not only monitor the human rights violations that might occur, but also to engage with the whole population and be bringing human rights at the whole society effort. Habiba Osman brings the direct experience of how national human rights institutions can turn preventive mandates into practical oversight in detention and broader security settings. She will speak in particular to National Prevention Mechanism, or NPMS, which are officially independent national bodies established under the optional protocol to the Convention Against Torture to carry out regular visit and to places of detention and help prevent torture and ill treatment before they occur. Where the CAT is not ratified, often the National Human Rights Institution often fill this role. Through this prevention role, the NPM function can identify risk, engage authorities, but also recommend improvements in treatment and conditions. Ms. Habiba Osman, our question to you is, for both National Human Rights Institution and National Preventive Mechanism can play important role in prevention and accountability, particularly in security context and place of detention. As the head of an institution carrying responsibilities across both areas, how do you find these mandates can be carried out in practice? And what enables them to make a real difference in prevention, oversight, and accountability? Welcome again, and thank you for flying all the way from Malawi to New York. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Asiata. And it's a pleasure to also sit next to the SG today. I think I'm very honored. And also thank you to UNDP for the opportunity to be here today. Maybe let me begin with a personal story. In 2012, I was arrested in Malawi after coming from school. I was actually here at Notre Dame. So that week, I think being inspired as a student, I was like, I think this is a time to go and do demonstrations. After hearing a lot of issues that were happening in Latin America about how activists were, fighting for rights. So I was like, let me go test the ground. I was arrested for 1 week. And during that particular time, I was hoping that the human rights institutions or civil society organizations would come to our places of detention. So the first 4 days I was put in a cell alone as a woman, no toilet, nothing. And they would give me a bucket to actually, help myself. And on the 5th day, they took me now to the actual prison. It was really torturous because, again, in those places of detention in countries like Africa, you're not given food, so you are expected to receive food from outsiders. This is a real experience. But again, that motivated me to say that if I get into the human rights space, because that particular time I was working for an NGO after coming from school, possibly one of the things that I would like to do is to really address the issue of torture and respond to violations as they happen. Interestingly, I would also want to say that prevention of torture is not just about responding to violations after they happen. it is about holding systems that make abuse difficult and visible and ultimately unacceptable. Indeed, across many countries, including Malawi, torture and ill treatment in our setup remains persistent in places of detention. And what we have learned is that punishment alone is not enough. What is required is continuous oversight, strong institutions, and accountability mechanisms that work in practice. So this is where NHRIs are very important, or they become become important as NPMs, particularly when they take the role of national preventative mechanism. So to answer your question, indeed, Malawi hasn't ratified the OPCAT, but I can emphasize that effective NPMs are not improvised, but they're built deliberately, just as we've done with our NHRI. And so you need a strong legal foundation. So to have that clear and enforceable mandate, it is very important that NHRIs have that unrestricted access to all places of detention. So without prior notice, without limitations on whom we can speak to. So in our setup, as an NHRI, we also need to know that we have to have independent appointments. So those people that are sitting at the commission as commissioners must be independent, they must have secure tenure and predictable ring-fence funding. And this is so critical because the support of UNDP through the TPP program has actually helped and facilitated the work for Human Rights Commission to provide that oversight. Without that, there would not be any institutional clarity because preventative monitoring must not be distinct from investigations. So again, we also need to remember that it is very important to have methodology that is effective. It is not enough to visit the detentions, I believe, like what we've done, but it is also important that we see how we are monitoring. And with monitoring, we do regular and announced visits in Malawi and following up. So for example, in our monitoring exercise just in 2023, through the TPP funding, we covered more than 19 facilities and reached over 9,000 detainees. But beyond the scale, what matters is that the engagements still reveal, even if you do a simple Google about Malawian system, you find that there is overcrowding, poor sanitation, and also prolonged pretrial detention issues. So we need to turn the monitoring into prevention. And so monitoring itself is key, but it is not the goal. Ultimately, it is the prevention that is very key. And that's my emphasis, that we must continue preventing, and also we must move beyond documenting as NHRIs or as NPMs. It is very important that we give also critical time-bound reforms. So recently in 2025, through the advocacy that the Commission has done with others, we were the ones pushing for the amendment of the prison bill now, which has become the Prison Act. Very, very important, because that's also the work of the NHRI pushing. And one of the most powerful tools for prevention, I must say, as a lawyer, it is legal framework, to have a strong legal framework. So the sustained advocacy really helped us. But at the same time, I think there is also need for cultural change. So prevention also means working with institutions that are responsible for detentions. So we work with the prison inspectorate, we work with the judiciary, and we work with others, just to assist in terms of capacitation. And maybe finally, I know I may come back, but just to say that in Malawi, between 2021 and 2024, the Commission has documented over 73 cases across the 28 districts, and we've also documented 8 deaths in our system. So this kind of data is also very important because it also helps us to see and learn the patterns of abuse, and that compels action. So 6 police officers have so far been convicted, and we are happy with that. Parliament also pushed for the same. These are not just legal outcomes. I mean that oversight is real and impunity is not guaranteed, but prevention is very critical, that it must be ongoing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You insist prevention, and prevention. But at the same time, you also highlighted the importance to have an independent national human rights institution. Independence, not only in terms of institutional framework, but also, I guess, in terms of financial framework, especially when it's under the budget. We would like to, from your perspective, and thank you for sharing your personal experience, and as a woman, I'm sure you have seen the specific needs that inmates might need in terms of gender specificity. So from your perspective, what kind of support are most important for sustaining the independence that you mentioned and credibility of this work, especially under a gender lens? Over to you.
Thank you for bringing in the gender lens. But I believe that perhaps maybe the space really requires a predictable funding. Unfortunately, I think in this space there is unpredictable funding. And one of the ways in which we can, for example, help the women, the cells for prisoners, like, for example, we noted in Malawi that during COVID time, they had to remove all the female.
No, it's okay.
Okay, they had to remove all the females and put them in a makeshift place. Again, that was inconveniencing, because also one of the things that is noted in Malawi, which we lament as an NHRI, is the practice of arresting women with their children. So again, that is really problematic, and our recommendations have been strong in that regard, that I think that is really a strong human rights abuse that must be dealt with. But again, the issues by the prison inspectorate would be funding. So also, one of the things that I believe that we need to make sure that we continuously do is the technical expertise that we give the police and others and the prison inspectorate for officers, so that at least they must, have a human rights-based approach when they're doing their work, but particularly when they're also carrying out their functions. It is very important that we also create this credibility, I think, as NHRIs or NPMs, with the prisoners or detainees as we meet them, because transparency and public reporting are very key, because this is the only way we blow the whistle. And, the detainees are comfortable that, oh, well, if the NHRI comes, they're coming to help us, especially when we're doing our investigations. So I would say, transparency and public reporting, ring-fence funding, but also strong legal access to assist perhaps women who may not have legal representation in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Habiba. We are now pleased to welcome Professor Juan Mendez, who is a human rights professor of human rights law at the American University Washington College of Law and former UN Special Rapporteur on Torture, who is online. Professor, good morning. Professor Mendez brings globally recognized expertise on torture prevention and human rights-based interviewing, including through Mendez principle, which have helped shape effort to improve the treatment of people in police and custody, and reduce the risk of torture and other cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment. Our question to you, Professor, is, from your perspective, how can human rights-based interviewing practices, including the Mendez principle, help improve the treatment of people in police custody, strengthen truth, and reduce the risk of torture and other criminal, inhuman, and degrading treatment? And of course, this police custody and interviewing, we are also asking you to share the gender perspective, because we know that, especially in some of our regions, when some women are even afraid to go to the police. When you look at the police station, sometimes they don't even dare to enter. So it's why the idea of having gender desk in many police stations has been implemented by UNDP in many countries. So what will be your perspective on that? Over to you.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you for the generous introduction, most especially for the invitation to discuss these principles within the UNDP conference. Human rights practice has evolved from standard setting originally to denunciation of violations, to fact-finding and reporting, and to adjudication of responsibilities. On the latter, for several decades, the international community has created regional and universal organs to establish state responsibility for human rights violations in accordance with substantive and procedural norms, in some cases with decisions that are binding on the respective states. Most recently, there has been an emphasis on individual criminal responsibility for human rights crimes in the domestic jurisdiction via the norms that we call transitional justice. However, if the national jurisdiction is unwilling or unable to do justice, there is also the possibility of bringing cases into a different forum via the exercise of universal jurisdiction. And in the most recent development, there is a possibility of international criminal justice. That is, via international tribunals that can apply international standards to prosecute and to punish individual perpetrators under certain conditions. But all the former is in response to violations, especially abuses that constitute international crimes, given their gravity, or because they are part of patterns of widespread or systematic crimes. What has lagged in these several decades is attention to how to prevent violations from happening in the first place. To be sure, prevention is contemplated as an obligation of signatory states in several human rights instruments, like the Convention on Genocide, the Convention on Torture and Ill Treatment, and the most recent Convention on Enforced Disappearances. Though little is stated in those treaties about how to prevent. A more consistent emphasis on prevention of mass atrocities leads to analysis of the historical record of failures, but also of some accomplishment. Security sector reform is the place to start for the prevention of torture and the prevention of cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment. The Principles on Effective Interviews for Investigations and Other Fact Gathering is a document that was completed in 2021 that is designed to offer a practical way to prevent the use of torture and coercion in the context of criminal and other investigations. Experience shows that torture happens most frequently and is also most cruel in the context of interrogation of suspects, witnesses, and victims in order to solve crime and to proceed to prosecution. Confession-driven interviews all too frequently result in various forms of coercion, all of them proscribed by international law. The document is only 5 years old, but it has already enjoyed wide support. There are 2 United Nations General Assembly resolutions that have encouraged states to adopt the principles in their domestic law, and several organs of human rights protection have cited them in reports and in recommendations to states under their jurisdictions. These organs include the Committee on the Prevention of Torture of the Council of Europe, the Committee Against Torture, and the Subcommittee on the Prevention of Torture of the United Nations, and a resolution of the General Assembly of the Organization of American States that also promotes the adoption of the principles. Some domestic courts, notably in Colombia and in Brazil, have cited the principles in judicial decisions about how interviews should be conducted to ensure that they do not become inadmissible because they violate a binding prohibition on torture and coercion. In that sense, the principles are well on their way to being recognized as a non-binding but nevertheless influential instrument of international law that provides clarity and substance to standards that are necessarily more general. The importance of non-binding instruments in international human rights adjudication should not be underestimated. Of course, it is not the case that any declaration or statement achieves that status automatically. It depends on the level of acceptance, of recognition and citation in case law. For example, the Standard Minimum Rules of the Treatment of Prisoners, enacted in 1957 and renamed the Nelson Mandela Rules in 2015, have achieved this status as a granular way of understanding what it means to treat persons deprived of liberty with dignity and respect for their rights. Similarly, the Istanbul Protocol on Medical and Psychological Documentation of Torture from 1999 and updated in 2022 has also become the standard of how to produce evidence to uphold the prohibition of torture. The Principles on Effective Interviews are not a manual or a handbook on how to interview suspects and witnesses in criminal investigations. Instead, they are distilled from the best practices of several national jurisdictions that have adopted specific regulations on the matter, and from the scientific interdisciplinary literature that informs those best practices. In that sense, the principles offer a compendium of the reasons why confessions and declarations against interest are unreliable when it comes to establish the truth of what is being investigated. For that reason, a confession that violates the methodology of rapport-based interviewing can result in judicial error and must be stricken as inadmissible in court. The proper methodology recognizes that the objective of the interview is not to obtain confessions or corroboration of what the interrogator thinks he already knows. Instead, the object of the interview is to establish the truth. In addition, the purpose of the principles is to ensure that the presumption of innocence is made operational throughout the investigative process, which means that the right to be free from coercion of any sort is strictly enforced from the beginning. The principles, therefore, tend to ensure the maximum effectiveness of the investigation while also respecting the rights and dignity of the person interviewed. To this end, the principles are science-based, in the sense that strong research provides their basis. They're also based on tried and true practices in several states, which means that the document can serve for training and professionalization of the capability to investigate crime and to interview suspect witnesses and victims. The methodology that we advocate in these principles, that is sometimes called the rapport-based interviewing process, does not require great investment in technology. However, it does require efforts in training and in continuing capacity building among law enforcement personnel. Indeed, police academies in many countries include already the substance of the principles in the curriculum. They're also being disseminated in capacity building courses for judges and prosecutors in order to be able to better apply fundamental standards like the exclusionary rule mandated by the Convention Against Torture, but not always correctly applied, to strike out evidence obtained in violation of the prohibition of torture, ill treatment, and coercion. In law and in fact, the principles provide guidance for the correct application of some crucial norms in international human rights law for the prevention of abuses. The Convention Against Torture instructs signatory states to prevent torture by applying the exclusionary rule, but also by establishing periodic review of the policies and practices of law enforcement institutions and by mandating human rights education in all programs of professional development of state officials. All three of these norms of a preventive nature are also present in the principles. In addition, the principles emphasize the responsibility of oversight of these practices by accountable authorities and the need to provide active leadership in law enforcement and in the justice system, and indeed in the higher echelons of government, to achieve compliance with the principles on effective interviewing. The document also recognizes that ultimately torture will be eradicated by the constant and rigorous investment of democratic leadership in each state and in all institutions. The normative framework in international law regarding torture and ill treatment is quite sophisticated and complete, at least as compared to other fundamental rights recognized in the canon. And yet it has proven very difficult to eradicate torture in our time. This instrument holds a promise that, like slavery earlier, torture can indeed be not only prohibited, but also eradicated in practice. To that end, it offers a methodology that is clearly more effective in finding the truth and earning the cooperation of the people interviewed and of the society at large than the brutality of torture. It is more effective also because it provides a framework for absolute respect for all the rights of persons subjected to investigations and ensures for them and for all involved the benefit of fair trials conducted with due process of law. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. The Mendes principles are indeed an investment on accountability and transparency of the whole process. But the fact that you insisted on the fact that these principles are part of the training modules in many countries and good practices are shared is key. As you rightly said, preventing torture is key, and it's important to have the oversight functions, and the fact that we had the Parliament represented in this panel, National Human Rights Commission. I think if the more these principles are known throughout the world, the better. So thank you so much, and we'll have more details during the question and answer time. Now it's my pleasure to welcome our friend and colleague Samuel Ritz. He was a representative of UNDP in Pakistan. Happy to see you on screen, Sam. It's a pleasure to see you again. So Sam brings extensive experience across conflict prevention, peace building, crisis response and institutional building, including senior leadership roles in fragile and conflict-affected settings. This gives him a particularly valuable perspective on how human rights, security, and development need to be addressed in an integrated way, not as a separate tracks. If a response are to strengthen legitimacy, reduce risk, and support more resilient institutions over time. So, Tam, our question to you is, drawing on your experience across crisis, peace building and development settings, how can human rights informed approaches help connect security responses with long-term efforts to build responsive institutions, strengthen public trust, and support more sustainable development outcome? We all know that without alignment with human rights principle, development can be an utopia, I would say. Over to you. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Aissata. Good to see you again. Thank you, Sarah, for inviting me to join. It's a real pleasure to be part of this panel. So maybe I start with a couple of things. One is, I think Pakistan is becoming more and more a compelling example for why human rights, security, and development sort of fit together. On the security part, the way that we, I think in UNDP and a lot of development entities, and certainly the UN system and others, have defined security, the most resonant definition, I think, that relates to this panel is the human security definition, which is simply freedom from want, freedom from fear, and freedom to live in dignity. I can't find a better definition to describe this relationship between security and development than linking those three together. On the conflict or crisis or peace settings, I think now it's become a bit of a fluid continuum at this point. In fact, in many of the countries that I or you and others have served in a single country, there's a security problem, and one end it's quiet, in the other place climate change is upending everyone's human security. The neighborhood is difficult, and I think one of the things that we've heard quite a bit, including from Professor Mendes, which I think we feel here, but we feel globally, it's really hard now just to describe the problems of prevention and protection and human rights as only emanating internal. These are only internal problems. In fact, the biggest issue now, from a principle, value, norm perspective, is this global and serial violations of human rights that make it difficult to talk about human rights locally and to support institutions. And this is a bit of a flip of the paradigm from the last maybe 20 years. It used to be internal problems spill over. Now I think it's a little bit the other way around, or at the very best, a balance between both. Nonetheless, it is important to continue to think about this relationship between human rights and development and security. And I think Pakistan, I'll share a couple of examples of how that works. First, I start within the UN system by how there are differentiated roles that actually play a big difference. The relationship between us and OHCHR here in Pakistan is one of those examples. We provide presence, programming, longer term, etc. OHCHR does not have an office here, but they visit regularly. Yes, I sign their visas and we help with transportation, but we've actually written them along with the EU and others into our own program. So they come to visit for a particular reason. They certainly do the monitoring and the advocacy and the global declarations and adherence to conventions. And then we support them here through the different programs. So we're really happy to be an anchor for them here as well. And I suspect that that's the case in many other countries too. Secondly, us, OHCHR and others, have really become a supporter, and I think that's an important role, a supporter of the national human rights ecosystem. The national human rights commissions, NGOs, etc., those are really the frontline actors that are doing the majority of the work, that we step in and support, build capacity, often do some back channeling. We're able to find ways, and I think this was mentioned earlier as well, to provide predictable support for 3 or 4 or 5 years instead of short-termism that has become the hallmark of almost everything development and human rights. Now, I think that's really important as well. So an anchor, not just for a day or a week or an event, but for the longer term. And I think most important, perhaps, is our ability to engage on human rights in a way that actually makes it a national priority. So it's not a simple thing that, for the last 3 years, we've celebrated Human Rights Day twice with the Prime Minister and once with the President. And we're able to share, some frank, gentle, diplomatic ways about why the Ministry of Human Rights here and the commissions and NGOs are really working along these lines together, and how we actually support them as well. The commissions here, National Human Rights Institution, the National Commission for Human Rights, but also the rights of the child and the status of women, and a minorities commission coming up, are really the independent oversight mechanisms. They are the ones that are the front line. They are the ones that actually collect information, and they are the ones that really do the majority of the action here. And we're really quite happy to be able to support them as well. And I think, helping them fulfill part of their engagement is really quite important. One of the examples that the team shared with me, and I think this really fits well with what Professor Mendez mentioned, is the National Commission for Human Rights monitors the implementation of Torture and Custodial Death Act of 2022, Prevention of Punishment. And this is in line with the Convention Against Torture and the Mendez Principles. And I think we heard that before. There are many other examples of this that actually work out as well. Secondly, it's not just the ministry and the commissions, etc., but there are bits and pieces of the human rights ecosystem that also appear in the whole of government approach. And so here, where we have the federal system and the ministry, and we have the provinces, it's really important to figure out what the horizontal integration looks like and what the vertical integration looks like. We're privileged to be able to work with the Federal Human Rights Ministry and Justice, as well as the provincial entities as well. Maybe I close with a couple of specific examples of what this actually looks like when you then try to translate, the prevention work and the protection work, principles, values, norms into programming. Two things stand out. Pakistan is highly vulnerable to climate change. Mega disasters often happen. They cause displacement, undermine institutions. It's the lack of human security so far. And that, I think, is where the climate security and environmental defender work has actually become front and center of the work that is done. And that, where I think is the prevention really stands out. If a country like Pakistan, and there are many others, knows that they are continually vulnerable in the monsoon season to climate change, then jumping in and being able to protect the lives and livelihoods of people and the ability of institutions to actually respond is a preventive act, is a human rights act. If what gets washed away immediately in the context of climate change are education facilities, health facilities, jobs, small businesses, etc., then I think it is imperative to treat these as human rights principles and basics, that require support now to be able to prevent their dissolution in the future. The second one, which we're really quite proud of because it was launched in New York in the CSW in March, is the launch of the National Strategy on Countering Tech-Facilitated Gender-Based Violence. And I think that really is quite important. If you're thinking of where prevention spaces in support of the most vulnerable communities, especially now online, in legally and ethically dubious spaces, then tech-facilitated gender-based strategy that happens to people online is really, really one of those spaces. And we're really happy that all of this has actually worked out quite well. I've got a couple more things to share about some of the tools and specifics, but maybe I'll leave that to the next session, including on human rights due diligence policy. It's almost easier to say the name out than to actually say the acronym and a couple of other things. But I hand you back the floor, Aysat.
Thank you, Sam, for sharing this great experience of collaboration with the Office of the High Commission of Human Rights, which goes beyond operational collaboration, but brings the link between human rights and development in a very pragmatic way. And Shem, thank you also for sharing the example related to human rights and climate change. We are moving to the question and answer phase, and then I will ask you the first question that came online. Sam, what practical indicators does UNDP use to identify early human rights risk before they escalate into conflict and instability? And then we will have some questions from the room here. Over to you.
Thanks very much. I've asked the team to also share a little bit with me, and I think there are a couple of examples that stand out. And I really appreciate the mention of that there's no automatic link between early warning and early response. I think there's a lot in the middle that happens that relates to having the right data for decision makers, them having the political will and ability to actually act as well. You know, that the relationship that we and others have with civil society organizations, they too are first responders, is really quite important. And I think there's an opportunity from a digital tech perspective to be able to use early warning nodes, CSOs, CBOs, NGOs, in whichever way we talk to them or identify them, actually help identify what are some of the challenges. Human rights defenders are doing so, but with thanks to quite a lot of support that comes from our partners, including the funding windows, UNDP, and others, and Germany, the EU, Korea, etc., the insider mediation paradigm actually works out well for us here. Individuals embedded in the communities, they're often young people, they could be community leaders, they are men, they are women, they are everywhere. They are informal institutions and they are outside of formal institutions that actually spark the warning. They say there is an issue here, whether it's about land or water or climate change or displacement or social protection that doesn't reach people or services that are lacking in quality, etc. I think they are the early warners, so to speak. And then we help them either amplify the message, connect them to social protection networks, or the provincial or national mediation and intervention and remedy institutions. The CSOs are also, given how large the country actually is, almost every province here is in a differentiated development setting. So you have provinces where there are districts that are way under the poverty line. You know, the majority of the most poor districts here are just in one province, and the others are sort of separated along the other provinces. And that's where I think the digital monitoring actually starting to help a little bit more. And I think that's going to be an important opportunity moving forward as well. Thirdly, almost across the board, not only in human rights programs, but in flood response programs in rehabilitation programs for schools and hospitals. Grievance redress mechanisms, complaint mechanisms are actually places in which we are able to pull together individual sentiment and share those with those that are actually in a position to act as well. And I think this is where the discussion about localized or maybe the national social contract actually comes together. The trust part between citizens and state, between citizens and who supports them with services really is quite important. And there are many other mechanisms like that as well. I just want to share something about human rights due diligence policy. I think this definitely is one of the tools that for sure translates principles into programming. When people ask, so I am a principled human rights defender, but how do I translate that into a program? I think we offer this tool, and it becomes immediately apparent what that actually means in terms of monitoring, accountability, embedding that into a plan, into a program, and the feedback loop as well. Thank you. Thank you, Sam.
We have some questions from the room. Thank you, Professor, again. Claudia had to leave us because she has another appointment, but we are here to answer, to listen to your questions. So, Patrick McCarthy. Maybe you have a mic.
Thank you very much. Good morning, good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Patrick McCarthy. I'm with UNDP. The Human Rights Due Diligence Policy, HRDDP, has been mentioned quite a few times. And I would like to have a focused question on that, maybe directed at any panel members who would like to reply. But really it's how can UN actors in particular better navigate situations where engagement with police or other security actors is necessary, but the risks of doing harm, losing public trust, or reinforcing problematic practices is also real. So I know the HRDDP guides us in this, but do you have any additional examples you could provide of how this policy has come in support of the UN's work on the ground in those contexts? Thanks.
Thank you. A second question, and then we go to the answering. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for UNDP for convening this very important event that comes at a time when human rights are facing increasing challenges. I'd just like to highlight the importance of prevention, which has been addressed by the various speakers here. And I would focus mainly on the work of national preventive mechanisms against torture, and because their effectiveness is really strengthened when they don't work in isolation. And in this regard, I would like to highlight the importance of working regionally. In Africa, we have established very recently a network of national preventive mechanisms whose secretariat is based in Morocco, and now it's still in its infant stage, but we are working to complement the statutory and the administrative arrangements. Also, the importance of working nationally is really of great importance, and this is really dependent on the political will of the state, on their willingness to respect international engagement. And I would like here to share that we have been trying in Morocco to, since the establishment of the NPM, to build that culture of trust and also a culture of cooperation with the National Police Department and also with other law enforcement agencies like the Gendarmerie Royale, but also like the prison administration. So in general for us, and the conclusions that we also come to in addition to or in cooperation with other colleagues in Africa, is that the effectiveness of national preventive mechanisms doesn't depend only on their legal mandates, but also on their ability to build those bridges nationally, regionally, and internationally. And I would like to ask the question, to what extent this is relevant in the international context? Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe we can answer those two questions first, and then, yeah. Habiba, you want to address some of them, or and then?
Maybe
Yeah.
I can address the second one.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Indeed, I think one of the key things that we have seen in Africa is the, starting of this network. But just to also say that I believe that what will ground most of the NHRI's or NPM mechanism is also the issue of ratifying the OPCAT, because I believe if we ground it in international law, that will also help member states to act, but at the same time, I think to recognize the importance of other institutions that come in. So, for example, I've noted that when we are reporting at the UPR, you find that there's the police service commissions and the judicial service commission that are looking, prison inspectorate. They are all key. For example, when we are consolidating and compiling data from them. And so yes, the importance of collaboration is very key, but also how do we sort of anchor that in international law? I believe that the ratification process will perhaps strengthen the NPM mechanism, especially in those African contexts, although I must agree that there are good examples like South Africa, which is combining the same. But I believe that, I think as a best practice, what we need to do is make sure that at least we have ratified the OPCAT, and then do the trainings and the capacities that can assist us even when we're reporting at the continental or the at the UPR level.
Thank you. For the Patrick question, Professor, you want to address that one?
It was more UN related.
Yeah.
Sam.
Yeah. Sam?
You asking me?
Oh, no, sorry, Sam. Yeah.
Well, I can start with a couple of ideas. I think this, maybe my response will touch on, a couple of the questions. So I think that the relationship of global, national, and provincial, district, etc., is important because it's easy for human rights to fall in between the cracks. So if I tell you that we have a sprawling governance program here in Pakistan supported by several donors, and it's all about rule of law, justice, police, prosecutions, prisons, human rights, elections, national governance, local governance, risk governance, etc. It's difficult for us even to manage that. Now we translate that to the national body that support to be able to manage all of this together. So when you think about the human rights sector, who actually coordinates all of this? Who coordinates the policy, law, protection, advocacy, visits prisons, etc. And then you look at who's supposed to be doing this. Certainly the Ministry of Human Rights does, but the national commissions, the National Human Rights Institution or institutions really have quite a lot on their hands. Everybody knows that, these are not the ministries of finance or petroleum, etc., that have a lot of money and have a lot of political clout. So that's where I usually say that UNDP basically accompanies the work of these national institutions and helps them to manage what is often an unmanageable issue, not only for the stigma and the political problems, but also because it's a sprawling structure that really needs this kind of support. Secondly, I think one of the things that we really look forward to, and I think this connects the local to the global, is how proud we were, for example, when the National Human Rights Institution, the National Human Rights Commission, gained A status accreditation with Gunry, for example. This was a couple of years ago with our support, but certainly it was them in the lead. Getting there is important. Staying there, I think, is also quite important. This is not a small achievement in a country like Pakistan and for an institution that often finds itself, being pelted with rocks all the time. And thirdly, maybe this relates partly to the human rights due diligence policy part. I think there are a lot of parts in that particular policy, but the one that I want to mention is the risk assessment part as well. Isata, you served in a country as well. I can't imagine any country office now in UNDP that does not have a robust risk management unit, risk assessment unit, let alone all of our partners. It's not because there's a conflict or a crisis, but because of all of these complicated things that actually happen almost at the same time. A flood, a war, an economic meltdown, et cetera, et cetera. And that's where I think the human rights due diligence policy, of all of the things that it does, the ability of us to support and share our perspective on risk assessment and risk management and early warning and prevention by extension is really quite important. The last thing I want to mention is the planning part. One of the things that we are often accused of, and I think it's partly fair, partly unfair, is that we often operate outside of national structures or national plans. And I think that's a challenge. And to remedy that challenge, we actually support either the national plan or support the establishment of a national plan. The National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights in Pakistan is one of those cases. It's really difficult to talk about business and human rights if there's no plan for it. If the plan isn't about what the private sector can and should do and how they do their human rights due diligence policy, how they connect to policies and laws, etc. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sam. Professor, maybe you can say a few words about the question on the NPMs and engaging security actors. Yeah, I will take it.
Yes, thank you. I'm familiar, obviously, with the provisions in the optional protocol for the creation of domestic NPMs, and I've seen some of them function. I do think that for the effectiveness of good interviewing practices in law enforcement and during investigations, the NPMs can have a very significant role. It also, but it does depend on whether they have the ability to look at records of investigations and interviewing, and whether they can actually witness inside the places where these interviews are conducted. For example, you can have an effective inspectorate of prisons, but if they only inspect the penitentiaries but not the detention centers, that's mostly where the interviewing with harsh interrogation tactics will take place. So it's important to make sure that institutions that we create, even if they are mostly advisory in nature, actually have access to all the places and the documents that will prove whether someone has been coerced into confessing or not. But I do think it's important to focus directly on the law enforcement bodies themselves, and having oversight over them is very important. But it's also a question of leadership in the organizations themselves to make sure that the various practical steps are respected. For example, that every arrest is recorded, that every interrogation session or interviewing session is actually recorded and video recorded if possible, so that we can know if the person was advised of his or her rights to remain silent or to be assisted by counsel, those things that make for good or bad practices in interviewing, they really depend more on the leadership of the authorities and on the democratic oversight that we need to have over law enforcement. The final point about questions that were mentioned in the chat. I am very, it's very important to make sure that fair trial begins with independence and impartiality of the adjudicators. And by definition in international law, when you use military tribunals to try people who are not in the military corps, that is, for example, civilians that are arrested as subversives or whatever, that is by definition not an impartial or independent tribunal. So we need to insist on trials being conducted within the guarantees of independence and impartiality. And I also think, of course, that military tribunals should have a say in disciplining the troops that may commit atrocities. And in torture and interrogation is a crime against humanity when it's conducted as widespread or systematic practice, but it's also a war crime when conducted in the context of armed conflict. And so we have to we have to insist on prevention, but also on accountability for the violations of these principles and of principles of fair trial and due process.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor. Sarah, maybe you can speak on the HRDDP, and we will close because we have a few minutes. Over to you.
Thank you. I'm not a panelist, but I'll just answer the question, Patrick, that you asked very specifically about HRDDP for non-UN security sector actors. And I think what's really important, UNDP has been implementing this policy for 12 years, and we have our own internal framework to do so. We conduct about 10, I would say, high-risk assessments a year, let's say, around 10 high-risk, but then much broader number of assessments in lower risk contexts. And I think what we've really learned from that process is rarely do we do a risk assessment where we really look at the actors we're working with and the programs that we wish to advance, where we don't at the end of the process stop and rethink our programming. We almost always, in high-risk HRDDP assessments, end up adjusting the programme because the risks that have been identified, we know we can help address programmatically. So I think it's a really fantastic thing about the HRDDP that it's not just an assessment, it really is, I think, a programming tool. I think that's an important point. And I did have one question, which I don't think we have time to answer, but on the national prevention mechanisms, Habiba, you mentioned, and thank you so much for all the work that you're doing on this. I think one of the challenges we have when we think about how to integrate this into security sector programming is how do we work with security sector actors for them to really appreciate the importance of this work, and how do we really manage to embed it with the security sector and not work in silos, as Sam was speaking to, but really bring the human rights dimensions into the security work. So I don't know if you had any anecdotes on that, but I think that would be wonderful to hear. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. And indeed, that challenge is there. We just had a meeting with our security sector, the Malawi Defense Force, on issues of detention, because we've noted that one of the things that is happening, they detain refugees and they say, oh, they are traffickers. So the Human Rights Commission had an engagement, coincidentally, last week, and that meeting didn't go well because they felt like we were trading, and then they used the issue of security as one of the things. But one of the things that we've noted that helps us is to work through Parliament, because in Parliament you have committees, and those oversight committees are very key in terms of entry points. But then again, I think as you think of working with Parliament, like we've seen UNDP in some country offices like Malawi working with parliamentary committee, it is very important to train the committees on human rights standards, principles, etc., because that's the only way they can appreciate the work that you're supposed to do with the security sector. In other words, the security sector is more likely and more strongly able to listen to committees, parliamentary committees, because of the oversight role. But sometimes as NHRIs, when we go, I think they feel like we're going to fight with them, and there's already a defense mechanism that is already built. So the reputation of the Malawi Defense Forces or the security forces with NHRI sometimes can be problematic. But the entry point through Parliament and the key ministries, for example, Homeland Security, if you engage them at that technical level into programming and awareness and capacitation, I believe that's also one way of us making some headway, specifically if we want to do programming.
Thank you, Habiba. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Professor. This was a great session. We said that the human rights due diligence policy is not only a tool to assess, but also it's a programming tool, as Julie rightly said. And the principles are prevention tools, but at the same time, you need to ensure accountability. And we are in a digital world, so with youth and women more connected, people more connected. So it's important to have transparency of the implementation of those principles in all human rights and security institutions. But at the same time, engagement and support to Parliament, National Human Rights Commission, all national human rights entities in terms of capacities, but continuous engagement is key in reinforcing this prevention. But some also highlighted that the collaboration between UNDP and the Office of the High Commission is beyond operational collaboration. It's really to bring the development angle, because everything we said this morning on prevention and support to National Human Rights Commission and Parliament, all these are in part of the overall efforts to strengthen development on the human rights lens, taking into account what we are going through. But we also said that the challenge is not only to focus on national human rights commissions and national human rights institutions, it's also how do we connect with the global some violence that are going at the global level that also inform national populations. So how do we make sure that our efforts are continuous so that they are not vain in prevention, but also in having the capacity to address these violations of human rights. So I hope we made it on time. But it's a continuous effort, and this global program is key in supporting all the efforts. And we've seen the example we have from across regions, and these good practices that will continue to inform our work. That was a pleasure, and thank you. Over to you, Julie and Sarah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Aissata, and all our great speakers. I don't want to stand in the way of your coffee. It's there. I do just want to point out that we have some materials about the different areas of work around the room. I think over here we have a series of 2-pagers that highlight some of the practical country examples, practical impact and results. And we also have these very nice stands, which also showcase some 2025 results. So please take the time and have a look. And certainly there's team members here in the room that can talk more with you about the work that we're doing. Thank you again, Aissata. Thank you for a wonderful panel. We'll reconvene in 30 minutes. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. Hello. Hello, colleagues. Could I kindly ask you to take your seats? We will start in about 1 minute. So thank you very much. We'll start the next session in about 1 minute. If you could please take your seats.
Is this for translation?
Yes, though I don't think we will need, just in case there are questions from people who speak in different languages. Otherwise, we expect everything to be English. But yeah, there may be questions in different languages.
I'd like to call you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So where do we leave our...
Yeah, we can take
maybe there.
More to signal to us where we will be sitting. So
okay.
Yeah, you can just leave it there.
Leave it here.
Thank you, colleagues. If you could please take your seats. So many good conversations ongoing, but if you could please take your seats, that would be appreciated. Because we have a really exciting and excellent session coming up. I'm very pleased to just very briefly introduce it, and I'll hand over. It really is focusing on the increasingly important role of the private sector in fragile and conflict-affected settings, something that the UNDP administrator, of course, stressed yesterday morning. The private sector, ever increasingly critical stakeholders, how they work, how they interact with affected populations, has a real impact on our crisis context and response. And this session is Business is Never Neutral. Private sector dilemmas in conflict and fragile contexts, and it's my real pleasure to hand over to Sarah Lister, who is the co-director of Governance, Rule of Law and Peace Building, and you're not mishearing, we have the same title currently, and it's a real pleasure. Sarah, of course, leads our overall governance work and is a real champion of all of this work, and working, of course, and looking at different governance systems and stakeholders. So thank you very much, Sarah, for framing this conversation this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. And much as I enjoy the co-directorship model and co-leadership, my top tip is don't have a co-director with the same name as you, because it leads to endless confusion. But thank you very much, Sarah, and good morning and good afternoon, and welcome to colleagues joining us here in the room and online for this discussion on Business is Never Neutral, private sector dilemmas in conflict and fragile contexts. Let me begin by thanking our excellent panelists who have joined us here this morning and who will be introduced shortly by the moderator. But I would like to give a particular word of welcome and appreciation to Professor Anita Ramasastry. Anita's work has made an important contribution to the global business and human rights agenda, including through her service as a member of the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights. We're very grateful that you've made time to be with us here today to help us frame this important discussion. And the subject of this discussion is both timely and complex. In fragile and conflict-affected settings, private sector activity can be essential. It can help restore livelihoods, create jobs, support services, rebuild infrastructure, and contribute to economic resilience. In many contexts, recovery will simply not be possible without responsible investment, private sector investment. But that is only one side of the story. Business activity in these contexts is never neutral. Decisions about where to invest, with whom to contract, how security is managed, how communities are consulted, how taxes and fees are paid, and how supply chains are structured, can all have consequences for human rights, for trust, for institutions, and for conflict dynamics. At UNDP, we see again and again that peace, rule of law, accountable institutions, and respect for human rights are not only outcomes in their own right, they are also the conditions that make sustainable investment possible. They create predictability. They support the trust, which the administrator spoke about yesterday. They reduce risk for communities, for workers, for investors, and for societies as a whole. At the same time, the alignment between responsible business conduct and business incentives is not automatic. In some settings, irresponsible conduct may still be profitable. Weak safeguards may attract investment more quickly. Companies may face pressure to move fast, while communities and civil society may ask who bears the risks when due diligence is rushed or accountability is weak. That is why this session is framed around dilemmas rather than easy answers. Dilemmas for governments, for companies, for investors, for civil society, for national human rights institutions, and for the United Nations. UNDP has been working with partners to make standards on corporate respect for human rights more practical, including through guidance on heightened human rights due diligence and new training tools that translate the concept into practical modules. But guidance is only useful if it helps actors navigate real choices under real pressure. So I hope this session will help move us beyond our agreement that business should respect human rights and into the harder questions that are faced around implementation. What states should require, what investors should ask, what companies should change, what civil society and national institutions can help surface, and what support the UN system can provide. I hope that in this conversation we will keep the perspectives of affected peoples and communities at the centre. Investment and recovery are not only questions of capital and speed. They are questions of trust, legitimacy, accountability, and whose risks are being taken into account. So with that, let me thank you all again for being here, and let me hand over to Livio to moderate the session, and I'm going to move down there so I can enjoy it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sarah, for setting the scene for us in such a comprehensive way on a theme which actually came up very prominently already in the plenary session. It did come up also in some of the questions in the human rights session, a theme which is very current, and we will be looking at scenarios in our discussions today which are in the news, but not only that. We're going to do that in a format which will be a debate format to bring more engagement also of the participants. We're going to do that with 2 policymakers and 3 practitioners, and let me introduce them right away. On my right side, Professor Anita Ramasastry, who is a professor of law and chair of the Barrett Institute of Leadership in Law and Global Development in the University of Washington School of Law, also former member of the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights. Thank you, Anita, for being with us. On her right side, Professor Enrique Alberto Prieto Rios, advisor of the President of Colombia on international law issues. The first of the practitioners, one is present with us today, Mr. Christopher Rowe, Managing Director of the Church Pension Group, which is also part of the Investors Alliance for Human Rights. And then I see that are joining us online, Irina Fedorovich, Director of the Social Action Center in Ukraine, and Dr. Amar Dveik, also thank you for being with us, Director General of the Independent Commission for Human Rights of the State of Palestine. Importantly, we set aside some time also for all of you participants in person and those online to engage with us through comments and observations as we usually do, but also through the use of Mentimeter. So take notes, prepare your reflections, and hopefully we will bring them into the discussion. To ensure, again, lively discussion, we decided to come up with 3 typical dilemmas which are common to conflict scenarios. I hope they can be shown on screen here for the participants and for those online. The first of the dilemma, and hopefully the slide will be up soon, is a dilemma which we call the state dilemma. What comes first? Investment, rapid investments, or responsible investment? This is a dilemma which is very common. Then what we call the peace dilemma. Do we ask companies to simply do no harm, which is what international law asks them not to, or we ask them to actually become peace engines? And then there's a third dilemma, which we call the business dilemma, which is around the concept of a business case for human rights. We'll argue that there is a business case for peace, perhaps not in all scenarios, but the question of the dilemma is, should companies act responsibly only when there is a business case, or also when there isn't one? So we'll have 2 rounds of questions to reflect on these 3 dilemmas, and then we'll also ask the participants to come in with their views. Before we get into the very dilemma, I'm going to ask to Anita, who is the professor who, when she was the member of the working group on business and human rights, unpacked the whole concept of business responsibility in conflict-affected countries in a report which remains the cornerstone of responsibility of business in conflict, a report which was presented to the UN General Assembly in 2020, if I'm not wrong. So I'm going to ask Anita to give us some initial reflections before we get into questions.
Great.
Over to you, Anita.
Thank you so much, Livio, and thank you so much to UNDP and to Elena Uvarova and to Livio and team for the invitation. I also have the slide, and I'm just going to give a brief overview. A key, just really to get you thinking, and you always know that UNDP is a resource for all of you when you need something done about this topic. So my key message is that when business, even when it's trying to do good, right, as part of peace building, can still influence negatively fragile and conflict-affected areas, right? So that's the key top message, and the secondary message meaning that why? Because business is never fully neutral. So I want to encourage people to think about, we've talked a lot about sustainable development and business being important to peace and resilience, and I agree, but I want everyone to think that adding to that agenda of sustainable development and business for peace is the need for business and human rights, that you need to both think about how business does good, but when it's doing good, you also need to think about the potential negative impacts that may occur when business enters or is present in a conflict-affected area. So it's about just adding to the recipe, and business and human rights is really important. So what I mean by that is that typically, and we've heard some of this already, some of you may know business and human rights well, that the cornerstone of business and human rights is asking businesses wherever they are to benchmark and think about their human rights impacts using this tool that we've talked about, although there are different kinds of human rights due diligence, but really to look at their harms to people through their activities. So you already heard from Sarah in her introduction that in an everyday setting without conflict, business can harm people through its business activity, whether it's a mine being opened that might displace people or indigenous communities, whether it's a technology company selling surveillance equipment to a government, whether it is a supply chain, a manufacturer that is sourcing from a supplier that has child or forced labor. So that's business normally. So we encourage business wherever they are to identify and prevent harm. That's the starting point. But the key message here is that there's always a pressure for the private sector to be involved in peace building. It's very important. You need a working economy as part of resilience to help with fragility. But what we hadn't really explored until we started looking at business and human rights is the second piece. So I'm going to conclude by just showing you a slide, which is to say that there are kind of 2 things that are important. Business in peace building should have, as part of a regular recipe, business and human rights, just an ordinary due diligence about normal issues. But on top of that, you add in the ingredient of heightened human rights due diligence. And we don't need to talk about the technicalities today, but just to illustrate, why does this matter? So on my slide here, we have 3 issues that businesses often encounter in any setting in the world, and they relate to kind of common human rights dilemmas. One relates to land, right? That land needs to be acquired by businesses often, but there are often issues of displacement, and there are often issues of prior consultation that doesn't happen. So land is a human rights issue for companies. Similarly, workers' rights, that makes sense. In an ordinary setting, not conflict, we think about issues of worker health and safety, fair wages, a right to form a union, and finally, even business partnerships, right? Companies have suppliers, they work with, farmers, they work with all kinds of different types of business partners locally, and they have to ask those partners, do you also respect human rights? So that's the left slide. That's business and human rights generally. But heightened human rights due diligence is really what's key here in our discussion today, which is that those same issues need to be looked at differently in a conflict setting. And so businesses need to be careful. So for example, land becomes a different issue. That if you think about land not just as a normal sale in a conflict-affected area, has the land previously been acquired by an armed group? There are all kinds of issues of title and of secondary transfer, and Enrique can speak about Colombia, where land has been a large issue in terms of restitution and transitional justice. So heightened human rights due diligence is saying companies and business think about the conflict, not just about the land sale. Secondly, workers' rights. In a conflict-affected setting, who you hire can make the conflict actually worse. Who are you hiring? Are you hiring only from one specific group in a conflict, minority, majority? Are you hiring former combatants? What will that mean for the trust of the people who are working? So you need to think about the conflict context, not just the workers' rights generally. And finally, business partners, right? Who you're now doing business with isn't just about, do they respect human rights, but what is their human rights record? That the company or the business person may have been engaged in former criminal activity during the conflict. So what does it mean to now engage with them, and how are you connected? So these are just illustrations, and today we're going to explore with the practitioners what this all means. But I think the larger message is that UNDP is really working actively with tools to help people and to help business and states think this through. So thank you, Livio.
Well, thank you, Anita, and thank you for the many references to our work. Thanks for being simple and not technical, but for those that want to dive deeper into the technicalities, there is actually a guidance that UNDP published together with the Working Group on Business and Human Rights when Anita was a member, that illustrates all the details of it. So as you said, heightened human rights due diligence is adding an additional lens, essentially, of conflict sensitivity to the regular human rights due diligence. I'd like to jump into the dilemmas, and perhaps the dilemmas can be shown again on the screen now. And diving into the first dilemma, there is the dilemma of the state. State that in times of conflict and post-conflict, of course, have a need for investments for reconstruction, for re-establishing essential services, needs investments and needs them quickly and fast. And often doing things quick and fast takes to the idea that maybe not too many regulations should be in there to make sure that the investments can come in more promptly. So here is the dilemma that the state have: establishing a framework with perhaps just very basic consideration of the impacts, and have them fast coming, or establishing rules that are strict from the outset and avoid negative impact, but perhaps slowing down a little bit the flowing of the investments. So I would like you, Enrique, perhaps to reflect a little bit on this balance between the two needs.
Hello, everyone. So first, thank you to UNDP, the organizers, Olena, Livio, everyone, for making this important meeting possible. And also, I'd just like to say something. Right now in Colombia, we're undergoing an electoral process. So just want to clarify that all that I express here today are my personal opinions and do not necessarily represent the official opinions of the institutions with which I am affiliated or to which I provide advice to. You know, like, electoral processes are complicated, so just want to bring. And second, I just got few words here because I tend to speak in a lot. That's what my wife says. So she said, like, write your words, otherwise it'll take more time than required. So. So just, I would like to start with saying that, as you know, Colombia, we have experienced more than 60 years of armed conflict. And at the same time, the country has attempted to attract investment, foreign investment especially. And my perception is that the challenge is not how to choose between investment and human rights, but how to ensure that investment contributes to peace rather than undermines peace. Let me go further. So, experiences, especially in Colombia, demonstrates that when investments are rushed into environments marked by weak institutions, unresolved land disputes, something that Anita mentioned before, deep social inequalities, like my country is one of the most unequal countries in the Americas and in the world, I'll say, and also the presence of armed actors. When that combination happens, like in the case in Colombia, if you rush investment, you get short-term economic gains, but at the same time, you create more instability in the country. So in Colombia, for instance, in the agricultural and extractive sectors, where investment has at time intersected with long-standing patterns of violence, dispossession, and social exclusion, we have proof that this recipe of rush investment has been very negative. So the challenges in Colombia with rushing for investment has been so profound that victims of human rights violations have been forced to come to global north countries to find justice, right? Here, even courts in the United States has been their only opportunity because foreign companies are so powerful and sometimes indirectly they have ended up linked or involved with armed groups that's almost a suicide mission to find justice in Colombia. And in that sense, the responsibility of states is not simply to facilitate investments, but to shape the conditions under which investment take place. Now, I just want to conclude with something else. And is that we think about businesses. We are talking about the rule of law. We're talking about attracting investments while respecting human rights. One of the main issues in Colombia is what we know as international investment law, an investor-state dispute settlement. Why? Because that's a system, that's a regime of public international law that, for the perspective of global south countries, is undermining the rule of law. It's undermining it because the premises is that it distrusts local courts. And that's the reason why investors need to find justice abroad. But let me tell you why is this important for countries like Colombia. Right now, we're paying around $480 million in compensations to companies. And can you imagine how much money that represents for a country like us? That's a lot of money that could have been invested in social programs, hospitals. Plus, we in Colombia are experiencing something that is regulatory chill, right? So we have a case in which a government agency did not represent the interest of victims when they were trying to get back their land. And the only argument was that there was a bilateral investment treaty that was protecting the land that in that moment was purchased by a foreign investor. So the agency says, we're not representing you because otherwise it could create an international wrongful act. So this is something we need to talk about investment, but is the how. And we're talking about silos, fragmentation of international law, but we need to think about how international economic law protects businesses and at the same time exacerbates domestic conflicts like in Colombia.
Thank you very much, Enrique. I realize I asked you questions that you could answer in a full hour, so thank you for sticking more or less to the time. You've given us great examples, striking examples of how rushing investments, it's a very bad practice. So I want to go back quickly to Anita, and with that in mind, ask what is the role of policy then for states that are aware of these risks?
Yeah. Well, I think to complement what Enrique said about thinking about the country itself, if we think about countries where companies are coming from the investments, it's also about asking them to engage. Often they're receiving large amounts of money for reconstruction or as incentives for investments, that they should have commitments to responsible business conduct and heightened human rights due diligence. And again, you can phase it. An example from some time ago is that the State Department many years ago, the US, when companies were re-entering Myanmar, actually had to make a commitment to engage in human rights due diligence and to file reports that would actually talk about what are the risks and what they were doing about them. So again, I think it's a question of what's the right timing and how can you sort of create policies and support for companies to get them to re-enter responsibly. And I'll just say again, as we're looking for analogies, this happens not necessarily well, but there are requirements with respect to integrity and anti-corruption when companies re-enter or engage in conflict-affected areas. So I think it's not a big leap to add on to the policy responsible business. And we heard yesterday, the EU, of course, the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive does have that requirement for companies of heightened human rights due diligence.
Thank you, Anita. For the reference, the parallel with anti-corruption as well, for the reference to the EU CS3D, which it's important to say applies across the value chain of EU companies. I want to stick to the issue of policy and go to a first practitioner, Dr. Amar. In the state of Palestine, there is an ongoing process of looking at a policy on business and human rights will be called National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights or similar, and I know that your commission is engaged in that process. My question to you, how are the elements of conflict sensitivity being brought into the discussion around the policy on business and human rights in the state of Palestine? Dr. Amar, you have the floor.
Well, thank you. Greetings from Ramallah, Palestine. Thank you for organizing this event and for having me. I think the starting point is the complexity of the Palestinian context, especially in Gaza. We are not dealing actually with a normal post-conflict recovery situation. As many of you know, Israel still controls over 60% of the Gaza Strip. And this area under Israeli control has been completely or to a large extent depopulated from Palestinians. And the 2 million Palestinians have been pushed to 40% or less from the Gaza Strip. Also, Israel still controls almost everything that enters or leaves the Gaza Strip, including individuals and goods. So any discussion about reconstruction or private sector activity or even humanitarian intervention is taking place already in a deeply coercive and fragile environment. Also, in the Palestinian context, business activities is extremely sensitive, given the fact that many businesses were connected to the genocide. Some are connected to the occupation in general, to the settlement expansion, surveillance, military supply, like many conflict-related harms. And some of these businesses are looking forward to benefit from the reconstruction plans in Gaza. So to go directly to your question about the plan, yes, in Palestine, we are working on a national plan or a national framework on business and human rights. We are still, unfortunately, at early stages, but we are pushing very hard as a Human Rights Commission for this plan because we believe it is urgently needed now. With the support also with UNDP, and we work together with the Minister of Justice and other Palestinian stakeholders, we are working on this framework, and we hope that, and I think we will be the first or among the first Arab countries to move in this direction, to have a national framework about business for human rights. For us, the need for such a plan is very important because at the current situation, there is a huge fragmentation of institutions, particularly in Gaza. Also, if you look at the political plans, reconstruction plans that have been proposed to Gaza, human rights is almost not mentioned in any of these plans. For example, if you look to the Security Council Resolution 2803, there's no mention of human rights. This resolution has like a security component, political component, business component, but has no detailed framework for human rights in general and business and let alone business and human rights. And here comes the need for such a Palestinian national plan to make a difference and to mitigate these shortcomings in the plans and the UN resolution. We believe that our plan, if it is well operational, it can translate general human rights obligations into practical expectations for companies and other actors, investors like donors, humanitarian actors, and public institutions. And we expect that at minimum, it should require human rights due diligence, conflict sensitivity, and non-discrimination. In addition to particularly important in Gaza, protection of land, property rights, resources, labor rights, and transparency. For us in the Palestinian context, the conflict sensitivity must be at the center of the plan. I mean, the construction plan or the recovery plan or the entire UN security resolution about the future of Gaza. Because if human rights is not included enough or in a proper way, reconstruction will just reproduce the problem or perpetuate the displacement and the very bleak humanitarian situation in Gaza. So in short, to go to the dilemma, I would say that it's not about human rights delaying recovery. I think, at least in the Palestinian context, human rights, without human rights, recovery cannot be legitimate or sustainable or safe or something that benefits the Palestinians. I stop here, and I hope that I have not taken more than what you assigned to me. Thank you.
And congratulations for the important work that the Commission is doing. Establishing policy is always a long-term process, and even more in complex reality like those of the state of Palestine. I'd like to go now to Irina, and I would like also Irina to reflect on this dilemma and perhaps tell us a little bit about the expectation of civil society to ensure that the needed investments in Ukraine at the moment are also responsible. So in Ukraine, you see the state actors, the investors, and civil society being on the same page on this subject?
Thank you, Livia. From the Ukrainian civil society perspective, I think the starting point is very clear. We need investments, we need reconstruction, jobs, infrastructure, etc. So the position of civil society is not anti-investment or anti-speed in this question, but what we need and what is our major expectation is that the investment should not be treated automatically responsible just because it takes place in a country affected by war, in a country with ongoing war, and in a country with ongoing reconstruction at the same time. Investment is responsible from our point of view when it has appropriate safeguards to ensure that business is responsible and that the recovery funded by investment is not reproducing exclusion, inequalities, corruption, or generating new human rights abuses. I think this pretty much aligns with what was said before. So from our point of view, such safeguards should be introduced as core investment condition from the start. So for Ukraine, the dilemma is not fast recovery versus responsible recovery, but how to design recovery so that the speed does not come at the expense of human rights, trust, and accountability for our communities. Our expectations are very, very practical. We need human rights and conflict-sensitive due diligence to be built into the reconstruction and investment decisions from the start. We need transparency of ownership, contracts, public procurement, supply chains, and we need all stakeholders to understand what these words means. We need meaningful engagement with the communities, not just symbolic consultations after decisions are already made, but real participation before. And it was a huge question of the last year Business and Human Rights Forum in Kiev, supported by UNDP. And here I would also like to add that the UNDP work in Ukraine had been for the last couple of years basically focused on raising awareness on responsible business conduct and just trying to explain to different stakeholders, starting from state actors to business and to communities, what the responsible business conduct mean and what the benefits from such responsible business conduct should be and why it's important even now during the ongoing war. Non-discrimination also should be a major condition of receiving funds. I think it was mentioned by previous speakers, but here I have a very simple case study to illustrate what's going on in Ukraine right now. We have a lot of reconstruction projects going on because the public infrastructure been damaged by Russian attacks. And if we just build as it was, and Ukraine was not very accessible country before, we basically cement the inequalities that we have. If the hospital is rebuilt without the accessibility, all patients with disabilities, elder people, parents with small children, they all are excluded from the beginning of the recovery process. Same with housing, same with schools, and basically what we saw when Ukraine just opened its dream platform for recovery investment projects back in 2024, I think it did not show clearly the accessibility of the project as a criteria for investment, and it took years of advocacy work just to change this approach and to say that the accessibility criteria should be also an important criteria for the projects to be chosen for investment, and it's important for communities to see that from the start and to follow if this obligation is upheld. So coming back to the second part of your question, we see that recently investors, stakeholders, and civil society, at least in language, but not always in practice, use pretty much the same terminology. They talk about responsible recovery, they mention ESG, there is a lot talk of inclusion, transparency, and due diligence. And this is important progress, but civil society is more cautious because we see how easily these concepts can become formalistic and just nice labels to be put to the project names. So for us, the real test is whether these standards are reflected in rules, in investment conditions, in reconstruction frameworks, in policies and corporate practice, and that's basically the focus of our work.
Thank you, Irina. You made a very important point that clarifies relatively common misconceptions that investments are not inherently responsible just because they come into a crisis context. And thank you for placing an emphasis again on the importance of non-discrimination. I know you are part of the working group that is working on policy around responsible business conduct in Ukraine, a National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights. So I'm glad you'll bring all these inputs into that process. Staying on this same dilemma, I want to move now to Christopher. We framed this as a state dilemma, but I'd like to ask you to which extent this dilemma is also a dilemma for the investors. So do easier and faster opportunities for investment compensate the risk of becoming associated with conflict, sparking conflict or exacerbating conflict, or being associated to abuses. Over to you, Christopher.
Well, thank you for having me, and it's good to be with all of you. And so, taking a step back, it's important to sort of ground our shared understanding. Obviously, not all investors are the same, not all pools of private capital are the same, so I can't speak to the generic private investor approach to these issues. I can speak for my own institution, which is the Church Pension Fund. So we are the pension fund that supports the clergy and lay employees of the Episcopal Church here in the United States. So as a pension fund, we have a primary obligation, and that primary obligation is to generate investment returns so that we can pay pension benefits. We are also, though, a faith-based pension plan who recognizes our moral responsibility in that context. So as we think about our role as a faith-based pension plan, we do think that we need to be thinking about economic development and human rights in the context of our primary obligation, which is to generate returns for the fund. So as we think about sort of that balancing act, how does this take place? So we have a large investment portfolio that deploys capital in a wide range of strategies. So private loans to emerging markets. We invest in public equities. We invest in real estate. And so as we think about all of those investment opportunities, global investment opportunities, what we actually need to do is work with the asset managers deploying capital on our behalf to make sure that they're appropriately considering human rights in conflict-affected zones, and how are they thinking about a lot of these social issues in the context of the investment decisions they make on our behalf. So on the question of speed, I mean, we are a pension plan with very, very long-term liabilities, so speed is not our objective. Deploying capital prudently is our objective. And so to the extent that we do want to make an impact, to the extent that we do want economic development, to the extent that we do want to be mindful and careful about human rights risks, especially human rights risks in conflict zones, I think speed is our enemy. I mean, to deploy so quickly that we don't do the necessary diligence. So from our perspective, to answer your question on speed, we would much rather deploy capital slowly and prudently, making sure that these issues are considered carefully.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your perspective. As you said at the beginning, of course, this is a perspective of an actor for which speed is an enemy. We have to acknowledge that for some others, speed is not an enemy, but this is, and thank you for pointing to the obligation that you have, like all other investors, to generate returns. We can't really speak about business and human rights without acknowledging up front that there's an obligation of those that are in charge of investment funds or also from private capital to generate returns, and that ends the balancing effort between the obligation of generating returns and the moral obligations. I'd like to move to the second part of our discussion, a second round. We will not have 3 rounds, so I'm integrating the 3 dilemmas into rounds of questions. And so the second discussion I would like to have with this group is around the expectations that we have for business to simply do no harm or actually be able to become peace engines. And I would like to perhaps start again with Anita and ask you, you made a brief reference to it, but perhaps you can say a little bit more about, first of all, how can companies become peace engines in a fragile and conflict-affected setting? And if you can you also say a bit about whether there is or not, and in which conditions there is also a business case for peace?
Great. Thanks. That's a really hard one. But I think the main thing is, again, I think we all agree that business is a necessary engine for economic transformation, right? So if we think about that, the question is how and when, and we all have slightly different, but we're kind of on the same page. So I want to say, I think back to Irina's point, companies as well as governments and states need to do the safeguarding now, right? We have the tools, and so it's like, don't wait, but actually plan and think about this. So I think it's about companies thinking about corporate governance and heightened human rights due diligence as part of their business operations. And then I think it's about understanding that in terms of being agents of peace, that they can do good by preventing the harm, right? That heightened human rights due diligence helps them set up resilient frameworks that makes things like land acquisition or the way in which they hire or dealing with issues like Irina mentions, non-discrimination, as actually part of their planning. So it's about prevention, and it's also about thinking about what's going to make for a better good. I'll just give you a couple of examples that are historical that predate the business and human rights movement. If we think about both Northern Ireland and South Africa under apartheid, we had two sets of principles, the McBride principles and the Sullivan principles, which are about companies saying, we don't want to go, right? We don't want to leave. We do want to be a force for peace and good by staying, but we're going to come up with principles so that we don't make things worse in our hiring, in how we deal with legal law enforcement, other things. So just to say that we actually have historical examples of how can companies make take those steps to be good, to do less harm, and to be part of the solution. And finally, I think back to just what we're all saying, and I think back to, again, what we're hearing from the faith-based investment community is we can just do these things better, right? And I think Irina said that too, right? That we can anticipate and we don't need to repeat the way we've done business, because it's not business as usual. So I'll stop there.
Thank you. Thank you. No business as usual. That's a nice way to put it. I'd like to go to Enrique with somehow the same question, but perhaps highlighting the point that peace is not an entirely neutral concept, right? Is often political in nature, requires compromises. So should we expect companies to build peace or doing no harm? And importantly, do you think companies and investors, even in their best intentions, really equipped to navigate all these sensitivities?
Thank you. Well, just to answer this question, I just would like to mention something about the Colombian context. I mentioned we have endured more than 60 years of conflict, but just want to share with you some data. So by the end of last year, approximately 7.2 million people were displaced, internally displaced as a result of the conflict. But it gets worse. So between 1971 and 2023, 3,400 trade unionists were killed by paramilitary groups, mainly, that somehow some of them have been linked to companies, especially for investors. So this data shows how complicated this question is for investors, for governments, for civil society in countries like Colombia, right? It's not easy for anyone. And that's why my next point is that responsible business conduct in conflict context like Colombia must begin with the recognition that business activities is never neutral, never. Companies do not operate in a vacuum. Their investments, contracts, supply chain, security arrangements, tax payments, land acquisitions, all of them affect the conflict. For instance, in my country, companies could pay money directly to the army, and those are special agreements to support the army, but it ends up somehow privatizing the Colombian army for the benefit of companies. And most of the companies that do that are foreign investors, right, that come from North America, Canada, and the European Union, right? So these are the kind of questions and dilemmas that companies and we Colombians faced there. And then I want to move to in the 2 minutes that I have left. So taking into consideration that context, I think that the discussion about responsible business conduct has been dominated by the business case speech, business case scenario. But this is, for me, complicated because, at least from a constitutional and human rights perspective, the primary justification for responsible business conduct is that business operate within societies, within countries, and they must comply with the law, right? For me, it's so complicated when we talk about the binding treaty. Of course, our treaties are binding. Why do we have to use the binding word? But it really reflects perhaps the mindset of some investors around the world, that they're accustomed to have soft law and they now need to recognize that maybe there are some initiatives in hard law. So, and at the same time recognizing that companies must respect domestic law, that must respect international law, that must comply with all the regulation. Doesn't mean that countries that we don't want investment. That's been the case in Colombia. We have asked companies to respect the law, to respect Constitution, and the answer is, oh, you're a bunch of leftists that hate investment, right? It's like, hang on, this is difficult, right? And finally, just to mention something else here, and is that, and I guess, like, in the end, if we think about the business case, when it is not profitable, companies could move away from that. And that's our experience in Colombia. That's why, from my perspective, coming from a global south country affected by the conflict, the business case works to persuade foreign investors, but is not the best solution and not the best option. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Enrique, it's always useful to place comments within specific contexts like you are doing. I want to go back to Christopher. When you and I, Christopher, spoke online to prepare the session, you said, I'm no human rights expert. But yet today you explained that it's very important for you to make sure that your investment respect human rights and in fact do not impact negatively on conflict in the context of today's discussion. So my question to you is, what do investors that want to build peace or even simply do no harm need? What help do you need to make sure that that's the case? You have a mic?
Yeah, I have a mic. Thank you so much. And so I will give a couple of examples of how, from a practical perspective, we implement our investment approach and address issues around human rights, and then with that some of the needs. So one example, as I said, we deploy capital through fund managers, and so one of the things that we will do is work with fund managers to make sure that they understand these issues, that they're properly considering human rights risks in the areas where they're deploying capital. And so what we need from those managers is a genuine sense that they're understanding the issues the way that we would expect them to understand the issues. We are wanting to make sure that we are aligned with these managers, both in terms of their moral framework, but their investment framework, that these are real investment issues, right? So part one, in terms of how we approach it, is our engagement with money managers. Second is we do a fair amount of work, including work with other faith-based investors through the Interfaith Center on Corporate Responsibility, on engaging with corporations on human rights issues. And so we've had, for example, extensive conversations with tech companies on how tech companies are directly involved in conflict-affected high-risk areas. And so in those conversations, we mentioned several times, sort of following the law. Well, following the law is the entry point. And so all of our conversations is, good for you for following the law, you must. Let's talk about what are you doing beyond following the law, because from our perspective, going beyond following the law makes you a much better company, right? So we have those conversations in direct dialogues with companies. And so what we need is a real sense, again, just like with money managers, a real sense that these companies are actually appreciating the complexity and nuance of these issues. From my perspective, as I've admitted, I'm no human rights expert. I'm humbled to be among your present, but so we rely heavily on outside consultants to inform our dialogue with those companies, with those managers, to make sure that we're asking the right questions. And so sort of where is their proximity to human rights harm? Where is their sort of a relational exposure to human rights harm? And how do we as investors start to think about those issues?
Thank you, Christopher, especially for the point you made about going beyond law, which is particularly important in countries where the law does not actually set the standards that align with international standards. And this is where international standards become important. You pointed to the fact that there are some technicalities and some need for information. Of course, you rely on consultants. I had to also make a point that this year UNDP will be introducing a new guide like the one we did for real economy business, specifically for investors, to guide them in exercising heightened human rights due diligence. It will be published in November, and hopefully that will be useful to you. Let me go to Irina. So Irina, what do you see in Ukraine at the moment? Do you see any role of business for being credibly engaged in peace building?
Thank you for the question, and sorry for speaking so fast previously. This timer is quite intimidating, but I will try to slow down. The question is not easy, actually. I would be really cautious about saying that companies are building peace, and I'm definitely no peace builder expert. My area of expertise are human rights, just. But I think that companies should not replace the state, justice institutions, or international mechanisms or affected communities in defining what peace means, but I do see private sector actors contributing to the conditions that are necessary for resilience and for the peace, for Ukraine, for the peace in the future. I would call this rather peace-enabling conditions rather than peace-building in a strict sense. In Ukraine, businesses can contribute to these conditions when they keep people employed during the war, when they preserve local communities, economies, when they support communities, when they restore essential services, and so on and so forth. For this contribution to be credible, I think it should be grounded in responsible business conduct again. A company cannot claim to support peace or support a resilient community if it ignores labor rights or excludes affected communities in a community, or maintains problematic links to the aggressor company and continue working with questions, supply chains, etc. So again, a small case study from Ukraine just to illustrate. It's not a secret that Ukraine is facing huge difficulties in the labor market affected by the war. Many companies have shortages because of mobilization, displacement, migration, other issues. In response, we see that some businesses have started rethinking how they recruit people. Some businesses started advertising so-called inclusive recruitment and changing their employment practices. They hire more women in roles previously seen as male, engage internally displaced people. They try to rethink how they engage people of elder age, like 50-plus workers. We have a state campaign to attract senior workers. So, But at the same time, this rethinking of engagement with different labor force should be supported by different changing the practices that business has inside. It's not enough just to call it inclusive employment. It should be connected with how we engage, how we train, and how we support people inside, so that people stay. How we ensure and eliminate all the barriers inside the businesses, just to be able to call it truly inclusive employment, not just a nice label that we put. And these things could be part of a real contribution to the resilience in a society, and what I call the business as enabling actors. But the risk is that it shouldn't be treated as an emergency response, but as a stable, sustainable practice that basically changes how businesses see employment in Ukraine. What I would say now that we have some promising examples of businesses trying to contribute to resilience, but we at the same time have quite few risks of superficial or instrumental approaches. So business should be quite modest in claiming the peace building role, but more attentive on how their daily activity are influencing the reality, the communities they're operating in, and very ambitious in meeting these responsibilities through the responsible business conduct.
Thank you, Irina. So businesses as enablers, enablers of resilience, as you said, and enablers of positive peace. Thank you for sharing some example of how that is happening in Ukraine. I'd like to go to Amar now and look at again at the role of the state in this case. In fact, in your case, National Human Rights Commission. So, what is the role of government in general, or in your case, independent National Human Rights Commissions, to encourage the private sector to the extent possible to become, let me use the expression used by Irina, to become enablers of peace, or peace builders, if we want to be a little bit more ambitious. Dr. Amar.
Yes, well, thank you again. I would like also to start from the reality on the ground. As I mentioned earlier, we have a fragmented institutional framework in Palestine. We have multiple actors, multiple duty bearers. We have the Israeli Authority is still responsible under international humanitarian law. We have the Palestinian Authority, which has very limited power on the ground in Gaza. We have the so-called technocratic government, which was established under the UN Security Resolution, which is still unoperational now. They are still located in Cairo. We have the Board of Peace headed by Mr. Trump. We don't know to whom they are accountable. We have the Executive Board. We have the Special Envoy, the Commissioner General, Mr. Miladinov, who is responsible before the Board of Peace. So we have so many actors, but on the ground, we have a dangerous vacuum. No one is acting on the ground. We have a dangerous vacuum that is filled partially by militias supported by Israel or by remnants of Hamas government. And along with this vacuum, we have unclear accountability lines. So people, when they face harm, they don't know where to go to or where to seek remedy from. Our position as a national human rights institution is clear that every duty bearer must be held accountable to its responsibilities under both international humanitarian law and international human rights law. No actor, whether it's public or private, Palestinian, Israeli, or international, should operate in Palestine, in Gaza, and the West Bank without clear human rights obligations and accountability mechanisms. You asked about the government. Although the Palestinian Authority has very limited power on the ground in Gaza, and also in the West Bank, they are suffocated by the Israeli policies and like confiscation of taxes and funds of the PA, and trying effectively to defund and the PA and push it to collapse. I think the PA still has an important role to play. The PA is the official and legitimate representative of the Palestinians and has very wide international relations, and therefore has a major responsibility to lead the efforts for making any governance or reconstruction or recovery in Gaza human rights sensitive. I think authority also, the Palestinian Authority should ensure that recovery and reconstruction frameworks that are now being discussed by many international actors is right-based, transparent, inclusive, and accountable. And here it comes the importance of the national human rights on business and the national plan on business and human rights that we talked about earlier. I believe, and this plan, if it's well designed, it can turn broad human rights obligations into practical standards or for companies, investors, and contractors, and many other actors. Also, given the weak accountability framework that's been introduced by the Security Council 2803, we believe that UN agencies should play a central role. They should help to integrate business and human rights in general, business and human rights into Gaza governance and arrangements reconstruction plans. In this regard, I would like really to appreciate the role that is being played, the critical role being played by UNDP for the support for the National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights in Palestine. And also would like to welcome and appreciate the role played by OSCHR for their efforts to sensitize different actors for the need to place human rights at the center of recovery, reconstruction, and private sector engagement in Gaza. One last point about the role of national human rights institution. Our role, we were among the first institutions to raise the issue of business and human rights. And our role is mainly to advise the government, review policies, monitor implementation and violations, receive complaint, make awareness, raise awareness, engage with affected communities. We also reached out to different actors to advocate for placing human rights at the center of their interventions, and will continue to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hammer, and thank you for the references to the work of the United Nations, and thank you for making a reference to the importance of grievance mechanism and accountability. I know there is a question among the many online on accountability. I may come back to that and perhaps seek the views of the speakers on that. But before that, I'd like to move to a moment where we engage with the participants here and online. We're basically posing the same dilemmas to you, and we're asking you to express your views on the dilemmas as they are phrased. There's a QR code. I believe by now everyone is aware of how Mentimeter works. So pull out your phones here or online, do the same and vote. So this is the first dilemma. I won't read it. It's in front of all of you. Vote. Let's give it maybe a minute for people to express their views, and then we'll look at the results at the end and perhaps comment a bit on it. So just a little bit more of time. I see that votes are coming in. Okay. I don't see here the votes coming in real time, but I imagine we will. Okay. Okay, they're there. All right. Okay. There we go. So that's the first state dilemma, and of course the comments that are anonymous, so be candid. You don't have to necessarily say the right thing, and I'm glad to see that it's not unanimous in that. Obviously there is a prevalence of the responsibility first in this case. Let's move to the second dilemma. Here you go. Peace dilemma. Again, you can read and please vote. Interesting. Should business do no harm or help building peace? That's an interesting race.
It's going up.
I see there's some more realistic than others. And, I mean, of course, there are many nuances in between the two options. And again, we can ask perhaps the speakers if we have time to comment on that. But that's very interesting outcome. By the way, we will publish the results of these brief consultations with all the limits that it has. We will put it on LinkedIn and perhaps look for other people to engage in the same, with all the limits that, of course, a consultation like this has. But it's interesting to test how the comments from our speakers have inspired you on the three dilemmas. Okay, I think we can move on the third dilemma. Is the business dilemma. Again, should business act responsibly and in a conflict-sensitive manner when there is a business case for it, or even when there isn't a business case for it? Again, in this case, a prevalence of the responsibility first, but some interesting votes also for the business case. Okay, I think we can leave it at that, and I don't know if there is a recap slide that may help us in us then commenting on it. It was more of an instrument for you to engage and express your view and see how you digested all the information that you received in the debate today. We still have some time, and I'm glad, and I want to thank all the speakers for being really precise on time. We have time for interventions from the floor and from those online. I am told we have a statement. We have some observations that are coming from the EU Special Representative on Human Rights, Ms. Clara Olander-Molin. I don't know if I can see her there. So Clara, please, I'll invite your observations. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this possibility to take part in this very interesting and valuable discussion. So I sit in the office of the EU Special Representative for Human Rights. For you, those of you who are not familiar, the role of this office is really to be the voice of the EU, the external voice on issues of human rights, democracy, and international humanitarian and criminal law. And the EU Special Representative then engages extensively in dialogue with governments from around the world, including with Colombia and many other countries in conflict settings. And I would like to mention three things that have been also discussed in this debate, but one of them is about the role of businesses advocates. So the EU Special Representative has engaged more and more with businesses lately. And one of the things that come out very clearly, and that is part of her message, is the importance of business also to speak out on the importance of strong human rights safeguards in the national as well as the global context. And this is something that is part of the case that we constantly make, that strong human rights safeguards, strong legislation, it provides the necessary ground for investments and for business. But the case is much stronger when business passes this message. And I think we live in a time where we have a very strong perception that the business interest is deregulation. And I think, Enrique, you pointed very clearly to this, but business is a diverse community, and there are various voices, and those who are of the view that we need human rights legislation, both globally, regionally, and locally, need to speak out stronger. But we in the EU, of course, also play a part, and as we are creating more and more EU legislation in this, from forced labor regulation to CSDDD, we're also increasing the incentives for business to want to have a strong legislation locally where they operate, including in conflict settings. And Christopher, I think you mentioned this very clearly. You can see in cases where you have a mismatch between international norms and local legislation, then or EU companies will be at a competitive disadvantage because we're putting stronger requirements on them. So in that sense, I think that there is a role for business, primarily and clearly from their own business interest, not because they're wanting to do good, but because it's in their business interest. Then that to said, of course, the EU special representative is acutely aware of the risks related to business operations in conflict settings and the need to ensure that we do more to ensure that, in particular, European companies and companies operating in the European market live up to the standard and mitigate risks, while not limiting the possibilities of business to contribute in a positive way with, services, goods, job opportunities, etc. So that's a balance that we need to find. And as you know, and it's been mentioned already, it's already part of the CSDDD and with the requirement of heightened due diligence. But we also are working actively on preventing of positive EU action to enable for companies to operate in these settings. And as soon as last week, there was a Commission staff working document on an integrated approach to fragility issued on the 27th of May. That was part of the joint communication on the EU's humanitarian action that actually stresses the importance to move away from a focus on public grants into mobilizing more private capital into this kind of settings, which are in a way that also creates a future ground for local business. And this will require much more guidance in terms of the heightened due diligence. And we look forward to working with UNDP. We know that the guidance you've been developing is very important and is already referenced in our EU legislation, but it's an area we'll be looking more into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Clara. You pointed to the importance of advocates, and certainly businesses advocates play a very important role because everyone tends to listen more to peers, right? So that's a very important point. Equally, when it comes to advocates, it's also important when there are large economies like the EU that advocates for these standards, because of course the EU is a large economy that invests a lot in countries, and if the EU sets policies or norms, in fact in the case of CSDDD, that require heightened human rights due diligence, that is a very important message. Thank you to the EU also for not only supporting the subject, but in practice coming in to help that leveling of playing field that I think you made reference to, including through a project funded by the EU, which will start soon in Africa and will contain elements, in fact, of heightened human rights due diligence. We have 15 more minutes, and I'd like to see if there is anyone here that wants to ask a question or just make an observations before I go to online. Anyone here? Okay, please, you have the floor. You can introduce yourself and pose the question if it is a question. Say also who would you like to make an observation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Victor Jove from PBPSO, Justice and Corrections. Thanks to everyone for a fascinating session, fascinating discussion. A couple of questions, very short ones, I promise. The first one, Anita, thank you so much for the table at the very beginning. I think that was very useful, distinguishing between HRDDP and hyphen HRDD. And I'm really happy that there was a reference there of land, which is a particular conflict driver in many cases, many contexts where we work. Now, I really am curious of how the environment also fits into that, because I feel that on many occasions, it might be an afterthought as well as something that is not assessed from the get-go and can have long-term impact on the business models and investments in a country and how they directly or indirectly impact communities. The second question is maybe a broader one, and it doesn't go to anyone specifically, but I'm really curious about how the equation changed with the ever-increasing smaller delineation between state and private business, between the closer connection in many contexts where we see especially the weight that multinational corporations have globally in countries, but also outside of countries where they're registered, and how this influences the engagement of different states, including through what do they support as initiatives through projects or programs that they fund through the UN, or the way they position themselves in front of the main bodies. And lastly, my last question is in terms of inequality and how the engagement of businesses can be done in a way that not only promotes the development, contributes to peace building, but very critically provides equal dividends to all communities within a setting. Because what we often see is that it may be very positive for some communities, but ultimately leads to potential increased conflictivity between different communities in a country. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. So it's 3 questions. Let me see if there's any more questions in here. Yes, please.
Thank you. My name is Lara Dorame. I am in the Rule of Law team, colleague of Livio. Thank you all great speakers for this session. My question is also a little bit of a comment, because we're talking about the companies and the role that they can have in building peace, which I'm the aspirational voter. But what about the role of those companies that actually fuel conflict? Because we know that in many places it's about access to resources, and they do more than just do no harm. So how do we deal with that? So my hope is that for the rest of the session we look into the accountability beyond the business as usual, and how do we push these conversations, if not in front of the courts, perhaps into more political forums.
Thank you, Laura. Accountability coming up again, as it should be. So we have 4 questions now. I'll pose to see reactions from the speakers, and then if we had time, we may go on another round, either from people here or those online. I see there are many questions already. So who wants to start? I see Enrique.
Yeah, thanks. Just a few reactions. So, for instance, just to say, I'll try to combine Kevin's and Laura's questions. And I want to start with the term used by Irina of peace enablers. So, in Colombia, we have a multinational corporation that has done 2 things, for instance, in being peace enablers. First, it got enough money to clean landmines, right? But it worked with the government, right? So we didn't have enough money, and they did not only clean up landmines where they operated, but in all the surrounding municipalities. So, but always working with the government. Second, that same company, it's a Canadian mining company, got in contact with the Barcelona Football Club Foundation. So they brought them to this part of Colombia, Putumayo, and they began training young people there. Because in that way, that young people that was training for the Barcelona Football Club was people that was not joining criminal gangs, right? So, but everything in coordination with the government. Now, let me tell you a different story. A U.S. mining company building hospitals and schools, but not in coordination with the government, right? And that temporarily helped Everyone needs hospitals, schools. It's good for avoiding, for instance, kids ending up in armed groups. But then when the company left, the whole infrastructure just fell down because it was not technically coordinated with the government, right? So the first message is coordination with the government. Second, I don't know if it happens everywhere, but in my country, there is a distrust between civil society organizations and companies, right? So I've been in several forums in which civil society organizations do not want to talk to companies, and they say, I'm not sitting with them, right? And I'm also a lecturer, professor at university, and we have tried to do that, and it's been very difficult. So one of the things is building trust, building real trust, right? And finally here, and I conclude with this, and is that definitely we need to have different approaches to different businesses, right? We talk about businesses, and I think something that Patrick highlighted, but there are too many businesses, right? So we have foreign investors, companies that are super powerful. We have small, medium companies, but in my country, for instance, 95% of companies are not even small companies, are micro companies, and they don't have enough money or personnel to do due diligence. But still, we have found that, for instance, they have negative impacts on human rights. So how are we going to deal with that? And maybe a few things to say. Baselines are very important, right? Not only national action plans are important, but also legislative measures and even executive decrees.
Anita.
Yeah, I was going to respond on the environmental question. And again, I think when we talk about heightened human rights due diligence, we can add environmental. So when companies are coming in, and if they're acquiring a company or acquiring land, they need to think about the consequences and the potential environmental harm caused often by the conflict, right? So I just would say that it's the same issues, it's just, as you said, include the environment. In terms of inequality, I would just add, as I was speaking about like the McBride and Sullivan principles before, companies intentionally using heightened human rights due diligence will help them deal with inequality that is connected to the conflict or drivers of the conflict. So conflict sensitivity is so important. And lastly, in terms of the Wild West, just quickly, transitional justice mechanisms need to be strong for dealing with the past. And then moving forward, right, there needs to be, I think Irina spoke about this, right? You need to deal with licensing and entry and look to see what the record is of the companies that want to invest. Now, transparency in who owns those companies is going to be critical to that. And I think that's one of the big challenges, is knowing who is the bad actor.
Thank you, Anita, for making the point of transitional justice, to signal that when we talk about business and conflict, peace, we talk about the entire continuum that starts in a fragility moment and goes, much beyond conflict and gets into transitional justice moments. I don't know if you, Christophe, you want to reflect on those questions. Otherwise, I have a specific question to you later, which I've seen online.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, the only point I would make on this notion of if companies are actively exacerbating conflict, that is a opportunity for engagement. So, I mean, I referenced that some of the work we do is actually directly engaging with companies. And so in those conversations, when companies are actively doing harm, that has meaningful economic ramifications for the company, and as investors, we can engage them in dialogue. The trickier piece is an engagement around, it's the corporation's responsibility to do good, and that's a different conversation. But if they're actively doing harm, that's an opportunity for engagement.
Thank you, Christopher. I'll give priority to Irina and Ammar for the next round of questions. I know there is Anna Mari from the government of Finland. She's the advisor to the government of Finland on human rights that has a question online, and perhaps if we let her come in, I'll ask her to formulate the question herself, if possible. See if it's technically possible to do that. Otherwise, I will ask the questions. I've seen it online. Anna Mari was asking a question about communicating about expectations on side from state and communicating from the point of view of companies about how they approach conflict sensitivity. So let me perhaps first go to Irina and Amar to see if they have reflections on this question about communicating, or indeed any answer to the questions that were posed previously. Let us start with Dr. Amar, perhaps.
Yes, well, thank you. I would like to reflect on the issue of accountability, which I believe is the central issue here. And I believe the complicity of so many companies in the human rights, gross human rights violations is because lack of accountability. And in the Palestinian context, this is very, very clear. We believe that countries have obligations under international law, as specified by the ICJ advisory opinion, that third states have obligations to end occupation. That includes, among other things, make sure that they do not support occupation. And not supporting occupation means sanctioning companies and businesses that do business with occupation, whether it's goods or services. And we have good initiatives here, but they are not moving fast as we expect. Like, for example, the OPT law in Ireland, the law on the occupied Palestinian territory, some initiatives in Spain. So legislative action is very important. Also, litigation, strategic litigation. And, as a national human rights institution, we do not have mandate to do like extrajudicial litigation in other countries, but we are helping initiatives in Europe and in the US, connecting them with victims on the ground in Gaza, providing them with data and helping them put together some legal cases before some courts for civil remedies in the US and in Europe. And last thing about communication, I would like to reflect on. I think companies, they should get two types of communication. First, they should get that if they do business with the wrong people, they will pay consequences. That includes naming and shaming. Like, for example, the report put together by the Special Rapporteur on Occupied Palestinian Territory, when she said from the economy of occupation to economy of genocide, and she listed 50 companies. That was a good communication. Because if you work with, if you are involved in gross human rights violations, people should know that. The second type of communication, and I think the Palestinians are not doing enough in that, and I hope that UNDP would help to, is to put what are the expectations. Like any company or any business that wants to be involved in any kind of reconstruction or whatever, they need to know what we expect from them. Until now, the criteria is not very well spelled out. UNDP can help in that. I think they are now with the Palestinian National Plan on Business and Human Rights. This is the right place where to start. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Amar. Let's go right to Irina, please.
I actually started typing answer to the question about inequalities. I will post it in a second just to save the time. And I also wanted to reflect on communication. I think this is something we are trying to do in Ukraine right now, working with different stakeholders and basically working with the local civil society, trying to explain to them what is responsible business conduct, is just to enable people to be conscious about what companies communicate, what companies publicly say about their responsible business conduct and how they comply and the nice reports they publish, but also understanding how to monitor what actually companies are doing in a communities and how they stick to this criteria and how they actually responsibly conduct business. That's for us the bridge between what is communicated and what is actually done in reality. So if the communities and the local actors understand how to look beyond the communication and how to see if what is communicated is really done, I think that brings us meaningful change in the end.
Thank you, Irina. Time is up, but I'm giving 4 more minutes for a final reaction from the panelists here on the floor. And if I may ask, perhaps Anita, to reflect, to come in also on the issue of accountability, if you can.
Yeah. No, I think the piece of accountability is there are multiple mechanisms. Transitional justice is really a whole set of different things. So again, litigation, criminal prosecution, as well as looking at other kinds of mechanisms where companies engage more proactively. So just to say that I think there's a lot, and Colombia has a lot of learned experience. But I think when back to our business case, and should business be doing good or just doing no harm? And I guess the way I view it is, as I keep saying, that the concept of heightened human rights due diligence and understanding the harm caused by a business being engaged in a conflict-affected area is doing good, right? That by removing the harm or not doing the harm in the first place, you are contributing to peace, right? And so I think it's a false dilemma. I think they're two sides of one coin.
Thank you. Any final reflection from Enrique? You're all fine. So I'm left with thanking everyone, and importantly thanking Olena Uvarova, who is the colleague who helped me in putting these sessions together. So a big applause to her, and one more round of applause for our speakers, and stay in touch with UNDP on business and human rights. Thank you.
Okay, colleagues, thank you so much. I also really want to thank the speakers for managing this very intimidating clock. I think we were all getting very anxious as you were approaching zero, and you managed it all so well. Thank you for that. Yeah, that was just amazing. I'm not going to say anything further. You have a delicious lunch that awaits you. We will start very promptly at 1 p.m. back for our final session, which is going to be extremely interesting on transitions and gender equality. So please enjoy your lunch, and we will see you back here in just under 1 hour. Thank you again.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
Hello, Mr. Damien.
Hi, Sriwan. Can you hear me?
It's loud and clear. Thank you so much for joining us earlier.
Good, it's my pleasure.
We'll start in about 13 minutes. So in the meantime, you can keep your camera off and we'll let you know when it's time to speak.
Good, I'll stay online.
Hello, Miss Elman. Thank you for joining us earlier today. How are you?
Very good. How are you?
Oh, good. Okay. I'm not sure if you joined the green room, but if not, it's okay because we have you here and I can
I
see
did.
you. I can hear you. Okay. Thank you so
I
much.
did, yeah.
We'll
These
begin
are
in about 10 minutes.
okay. Sounds good.
A reminder to not speak too fast, please, because we'll be having interpretation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hello, Miss Kumbonswanda. How are you today? You are muted at the moment. Oh, okay. Here
I'm
you go.
muted. Can
No,
you hear
now
me
I
now?
can. Yes, now yes.
Okay,
Oh, good.
fantastic. Great.
Thank you so much for joining us earlier. We'll begin in about 8 minutes. So in the
Okay.
meantime, you can keep your camera off and then we'll let you know when it's time, yeah? Thank you so much.
Hi, can you talk to us? We're just trying to check our audio.
Hello. Who's speaking? Sorry.
It's Nyaradzai.
Okay. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, all right. Thanks so much.
And I was
coming
counting here.
Okay.
Hello, it's Nasrin Khan. Here we go.
What a comedy of errors. I didn't realize that simply forwarding the
Yeah, it's a
link
unique
caused
link.
so much trouble.
But it's okay. All good now. Thank you so much.
Okay, it works. Thanks.
Hello, good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, colleagues. I think we will be starting the next session in about 2 to 3 minutes. We're still just waiting for one speaker to arrive. But if you could please gather your coffees and start to take your seat, that would be appreciated. Thank you. I think as the Deputy Executive Director is waiting, we do need to commence. I'm actually, as of 1st of June, I'm now the head here in New York. Because the Deputy Husseina Ali Ahmad, as of Monday, she's now in Amman. Right, okay. For the announcement, yeah. It doesn't matter this week, yeah, but yeah. It doesn't matter for the purposes. No. Okay, colleagues, could you please take your seats? Thank you. If you can take your seats, we'll start in 1 minute. Thank you. We'll start in 1 minute. If you can please take your seats. Thank you.
So anyway, hi, what's the number on video? What do you Oh, because we met so many times, and we had a bit of an history getting online, and then eventually we met in person the first time in
Okay, colleagues, thank you very much for staying with us through, this is the last substantive session of the annual meeting on rule of law and human rights, and thank you very much for staying with us for the 2 days. It's really been wonderful having you. We really are finishing with a very strong panel, a plenary session today focusing on the critical relationship between gender equality, conflict prevention and sustaining peace, particularly during periods of transition where evidence shows that women's participation strengthens peace processes, accountability and social cohesion, and really highlighting the criticality that as peace operations withdraw or draw down, national actors assume greater responsibility for sustaining peace and the role of women peace builders. So we have an excellent panel today, and I'm very pleased we've managed to press into service yet again in the annual meeting Marina Walters, our Deputy Director for our Regional Bureau for the Arab States, where of course we're doing a great deal of work through the global programme and generally on governance, rule of law and peace building. So without further ado, I'll pass to you, Marina, and thank you very much.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And welcome back. Always a tough one after lunch. We're very aware of that. So I think we're going to try to impress as much as possible and be very interactive, but we know it's a tough one. Welcome back. Good afternoon also to the colleagues online. Sustaining peace during UN mission transition, why gender equality matters. You've all seen it in the agenda. It's an important topic that I think many of us here in the room are working on, particularly also the panel. And just as a few words of introduction, of course, UN mission transitions in general, where they happen, a lot in the Arab states that I'm covering, are critical. It's critical moments in time for sustaining peace, continuing to push the development trajectory, and just also reinforcing the importance of stability in the countries. Very often, as those peace operations draw down or even disappear altogether, national institutions take over, civil society becomes even more important, and the governance, institution, frameworks of the countries are being handed over. Evidence shows again and again that in those processes, it is absolutely key that women are involved meaningfully. Meaningfully means with the voice, in numbers, being at the table. Yet again, also what we've been seeing over the last decade is that in those moments, very often, women remain underrepresented, and in fact, the risks for them to participate with their institutions as voices become greater. So the colleagues here, we have put a session together that will be trying to explore why women's leadership and inclusion, in fact, is essential and really a strategic requirement for those countries, for those governments, for all of us supporting them in those moments. You've seen from the agenda, we have a fantastic panel from missions, UNDP, civil society, peace-building actors, but also donors. And the discussion will try in very limited point of time, because unfortunately we don't have enough time, look at practical lessons some of the institutional but also financial challenges and gaps, but also looking forward, what are some of the practical entry points to make it happen? Opening, we're very pleased, will be done and by joining us online by ASG Gumbonswanda, the Deputy Executive Director of UN Women, followed then by Nasrin Khan, who is part of the UN Transitional Assistance Mission in Somalia. We have Ilvad Elman from the Elman Peace Center in Somalia. Damien Marmont, UNDP Resrep for us for UNDP in the Republic of the Congo. Sarah Barton here on the podium with me from the Clinton Global Initiative, and Rob Pollifer, UN Peace Building and Peace Support Office. And the closing remarks, we're looking forward to having Ambassador Umetso with us. So I would say let's get started. We're trying, as promised, to make it as interactive as possible. So if we're really getting too long, just stop us. We'll try to hand over the floor. But ASG Gumbonswanda, maybe we can get you started simply by sharing some reflections on what happens really to the sustainability of peace when women are excluded from transition and recovery. Over to you, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Marina. And can you hear me loud and clear?
Perfect.
Thank you so much. What an extraordinary afternoon. So to also acknowledge my panelists and to really appreciate UNDP for putting this together, and especially for putting the issues of gender equality at the heart of this gathering, a two-day gathering, and especially for the last session. It means we will carry with us the outcomes of this meeting. As UN Women, we really value and position and are so critical to the focus around transitions and mission transitions is so important. As part of, just stepping back, it's part of we the people in the United Nations Charter. We the people who have to be part of the solutions, and we the people who are affected by the context and the issues around the UN mandate on peace and security, on human rights, and on development is at the heart of our conversations today. This morning, I sat in the UN General Assembly as the elections were being conducted for the non-permanent members of the Security Council. And as there were the big applause in the meetings, as countries were named and voted in, Trinidad and Tobago, the country I come from, Zimbabwe, Austria, Portugal, and Kyrgyzstan, and others, I was asking myself, what is it which this afternoon in our discussions we are going to drive as our recommendations to the Security Council on the issues around peacekeeping and the drawdowns on missions and the implications that it has. With the data that is before us, the more than half the reductions that we have seen, we have fewer than 60,000 now in 2025, a sharp contrast when we look at peacekeeping from 2016. We're asking ourselves that when there are mission transitions, it doesn't mean that the situation is always better. It means we have to deliver differently, especially on the issues of gender equality and women's rights protection. When there are mission drawdowns, it's not equal to greater protection immediately. And therefore, the question which always arises is how are we covering the gaps that exist? And when we look at countries and contexts that we have, I'm glad to have the resident coordinator for the DRC. We're talking about transitions in the middle of other crises, including Ebola. So when we have multiple confluence of various crises and issues that are also of a security nature, what are the implications to the work that we have to do and the resources that needs to be there? So I think for us at UN Women is the question which continues to arise is that drawdowns does not necessarily mean that there is less need. And therefore, where there is still need for protection, how do we continue to provide? What are the mechanisms that will be in place? Secondly, that the institutions will still be very fragile. The state institutions, the national institutions, how can that gap support, and how can we use the other instruments of the United Nations for us to continue to center the issues of gender equality and women's rights within that context? I think the experience that we've had, whether it's Haiti or Sudan or Mali or Somalia, we are going to hear a little bit of more discussions on this. Within the normative framework, with baskets and baskets and baskets of the normative frameworks, the 10 Security Council resolutions on women, peace and security, including resolution 2594 on transitions, give a very strong normative direction around meaningful and full participation of women in gender responsive conflict analysis. Very clear that it must be at the early stages of the design and the transition, when it happens. But then what is missing is implementation. And we need to say, what does implementation look like? Implementation is about accountability. Implementation is about resources. And implementation is also about reforms. And we need that implementation to also not necessarily mean that when we have transitions, we have less commitment. At this moment, as UN Women and as the UN, we are confronted with major backlash, major pushback on gender equality, regressions, pushback, stagnation, which is expressed in funding, which is expressed in reduction of gender capacities, including in the UN. And therefore, the drawdowns in the transition should not be equal to less capacities for gender equality. It should actually be us to find creative ways together to sustain the importance of placing gender equality at the center. So I want to conclude with a couple of recommendations that we can look at. First is on the issue of financing and funding. I know that this is a major issue for us as the United Nations and as a system, but I think we also need to have a different conversation. It's not that the world has less money. It's where the world and our member states are prioritizing the funding. We have an increase in military expenditure. 2023, $4.3 trillion. And where we have this high military expenditure, it's actually creating conditions for vulnerability and violations of women's rights, for humanitarian crisis. So how can we apply together, UNDP, UN Women and other partners and our governments, how can we shift the discourse to more of the human security as the core of the approaches, and at the same time apply the gender responsive budgeting tools that we've applied elsewhere to also be tools that can be used into the security budgets, so that we are not looking at ODA to address the deficits of mission drawdowns, but we are also looking at the security sector budgets themselves to actually be able to protect rights, justice in the context of drawdowns. So that's on financing. Secondly, it's on accountability. And that accountability is at the heart of where we are. The accountability, including from the Security Council, accountability of our member states at the country level, and accountability of us as institutions, and how we can have stronger tools to continue to build and sustain. The opportunity that we have is also to build on the outcome of CSW 70 that really gave clear directions on the issues around access to justice. And within this is in the context of technology and how we address some of those issues. The last recommendation and reflection that I have is leadership and participation of women. At times it breaks our heart to still in 2026, still trying to make the case that women's leadership is essential. I think we should move beyond naming the essentiality, the criticality, but to address the social norms, the underlying legal barriers, the political barriers, for women being on the peace tables, for women to be in the spaces that address these issues. So some of the work that we are doing, including through the LC Initiative Fund, are some of the tools that we can use. I really appreciate the work that we do, including with the Peace Building Fund and the gender marker that we have in the various funds of the United Nations. These are tools that we can build on. At the end of the day is also the question around the nexus, how the nexus that is there between our work on peace and security, on human rights and on development must position very much clearly and very strongly some of the critical impacts of the drawdowns on missions and on peacekeeping that we do have. I just also want to celebrate the many people in our countries, in our communities, in civil society, who continue to stand tall, put our feet to fire, but at the same time take measures to address some of these issues. And also our colleagues in the United Nations system itself who are pushing these issues. When I was opening the screen to this meeting, I was seeing my sister Revai there and others. I see the great work that has been happening in Somalia. And again, I'm just saying behind this work are human beings, professionals who have the courage. So let's continue to have the collective courage together to raise these issues. I want to stop here and to appreciate UNDP and to appreciate also our leadership within the system to continue to center gender equality and women's rights in the response to the issues that are key to the women, peace and security agenda and which are key to delivering the United Nations mandate. Thank you, Marina. Back to you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Very inspiring, very loud and clear, very nicely put. And particularly the references and your recommendation on financing accountability in this space, but also on the need for leadership. And thank you also for reminding us of what is absolutely going on around the globe, which is a major backlash in this area. Thank you so much, ASG, for taking the time. Very appreciated. I also welcome the ambassador to the panel. Thank you so much for joining on a very busy day. Really appreciate it.
Being late.
Don't worry, we fully understand. I would love to move it on from someone who can share a very special perspective from a country level. Ilvat Elman, thank you so much for joining us, for bringing in a Somali voice in this. And to get you started, maybe from Somalia and your experience, can you share with us what concrete role are women peace builders and women-led organizations such as yours playing in sustaining dialogue, building trust, but also the social cohesion that becomes even more necessary to build around this moment of transition? And why is women's leadership essential when it comes to durable peace? Eva, the floor is yours.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Marina, and at UNDP for convening this discussion. I hope you can hear me okay.
Perfect.
It's really a pleasure to join you. And for those who don't know, my name is Ilvat. I work as the Chief Operating Officer at the Elman Peace Center, a women-led organization working across peace building, community-based reintegration, trauma recovery, violence prevention, you name it, across the board on the agenda of both women, peace and security and youth, peace and security. And I want to use this time to just dive right into the question that you posed, and really from the perspective of someone that's living through an active transition, concurrent transitions right now in Somalia, rather than studying one, because in Somalia, transition is not just a future event, it's something that's happening right now. And our advocacy as women practitioners to participate is a daily reality. And the communities that we serve and are part of and share the same hardships with are navigating such political uncertainty and an evolving security arrangement that is also changing the international footprint. And we heard from the previous speaker as well too of the role of the UN and the international partners as part of this transition, and where we need to perhaps do things a bit differently in planning for the future of who inherits that transition. So we do not lack evidence about the importance of women's leadership by any means. We have the data, we have the buckets and buckets of evidence, as we've heard as well too. And the frameworks are there, but every opportunity to actually implement the mechanisms that we continue to celebrate. And as most recently, 1325 at 25 years now, the challenge today is not understanding why women's participation matters or if they have a role to be a part of these transitions. It's really about, are we prepared to organize our political, security, and financing systems around what we already know empirically? And so for my context in Somalia, women-led organizations are already playing a very practical daily role in this transition without having a formal seat. So we are mediating disputes before they even escalate. We are supporting reconciliation efforts across communities, helping to reintegrate former combatants and individuals leaving cycles of violence, and providing all type of psychosocial support, and helping communities recover from trauma. And a lot of the times, these initiatives that we're involved with, that are sustaining peace, that are building peace, that are integral, aren't even included in the reporting mechanisms on the progress towards resolutions like 1325, unless it's coming from a very specific funding source. So there's many challenges in even evaluating the role that women are playing today to make the stronger case of institutionalizing their role in the transition. So I think there's a lot that we've learned over the years, and women are identifying tensions very early on and creating channels for dialogue before those tensions become bigger security concerns. And increasingly, women are serving as a bridge between communities and institutions. And in my work at Elm and Peace, I see this every day through our work. And we're able to engage in gender responsive security sector reform by virtue of proximity, but also by sharing the same hardships of the community. The people that we're talking about, those that are wielding guns, they're not distant actors, they are within reach. But when it comes to a formal process, when it comes to the transition planning, that is where our access unfortunately ends. And I think that if we're being honest with each other, and we're being serious about transitions, then I think about even myself as an example, having the opportunity to be a part of this important conversation, to be able to attend the Security Council and to speak about transitions before they start, but then returning back to Somalia, those pathways and opportunities to participate not being available is emblematic of the situation of we've moved beyond the relevance and the experience that we know women have in being a part of this, but then actually creating mechanisms for participation. And so we should not confuse ever access to international forums with meaningful influence over transition processes themselves. And I think what happens often during the transition, and in Somalia right now with the UN transition happening, the African Union transition happening, all of these processes are ones that women and youth in the community need to not only inherit, but also be a part of shaping right now. And so we still struggle to access these formal spaces. And too often information continues to flow downward. And we are informed about processes rather than helping shape them. And so there are many challenges, but on the other end of that as well, too, what the missed opportunity really is that we're treating local ownership as an outcome of transition rather than a condition for the transition. And so if communities and if women are not helping shape the process now, it becomes very difficult to suddenly expect them to carry it later. And I think this applies particularly to the situation that we are facing right now in Somalia, where on one hand, if any online search or media look into what the situation is, the political discourse, it is very polarized. And then you have the community on the other end that is presenting a very different situation. And in between there's a fragile, temporary, small window right now for the transitions to actually be inclusive. And so I have a long catalog of recommendations, but I'll save it for the next round of questions.
Thank you so much. Ilva, this was a very powerful message, and in particular with making it very clear that in the formal spaces where we often fail, right, that we also shouldn't confuse participation or seeing women with their actual role or their ability to be heard and participate, which is the perfect handover to Nasreen Khan, who's actually with the UN mission in Somalia. And taking this forward, Nasreen, maybe you can find a way to respond in a way to what Ilwat just addressed, building on that, and given where you sit and your work, how is the UN, in fact, through these transition planning processes, really working to enhance the prospect that women, female peace builders, and women-led organizations have the space, have a seat at the table, but also the protection and the support they need? And what challenges remain?
Thank you very much, Marina. Thank you, ASG Gonfonzade. So apologies for mispronouncing your name. Ilwad Elman, for a very powerful series of introductions to an important topic. I'm going to try and keep my reflections very tight, but I would start with saying I think Ilwad has very realistically captured the situation in terms of how, as a mission, we are really able to engage with women-led organizations outside formal structures. But even before we go into that, it's difficult for me to talk really meaningfully, comfortably about peace building today and position. We're hearing gunshots in Mogadishu. We're seeing militias and opposing forces lining up to fight each other in different parts of the country. And we're talking about transitioning and peace building. And I think it's really important that we use the few moments we have together to be as honest as we can and try to step away from the ideal and the resolutions and the national action plans and all of those things that we spend a lot of time on, and the policies, into what does this look like on the ground. And first of all, it's important that it's a reality that the mission in Somalia is transitioning not on a conditions-based outcome, but because the government has asked us to leave, which is their entitlement. So the transition is happening not linked to the changes in the external political environment that in turn are linked to achievement of the Security Council state building and peace building goals as set at the beginning of the mission. That means that we are leaving without achieving some of the major markers of success, and we're leaving it just so happens that we're leaving at a moment with agencies and aid funds globally have fallen off the cliff. This confluence comes at a time when Somali politics is also hardening, I would say. I realize I have little time, so I'm not going to go through the numbers that I've got in terms of the arc of change, but there has been some positive changes in the context since the mission came. From a starting point of 0 women in the legal sector, we have 23% of prosecutors who are women, 18% of lawyers, approximately 15% police officers. There are approximately 20% of parliamentarians who are women. But we have to set this against the fact that the quota was 30% for women. And in 2016, we had more women in parliament than we do now. And the mission has been very much engaged on the advocacy at that level, at the institutional level. And I think this is very much the kind of reflection of Ilwad's point, which is because it's very much institutional, we are mandated to do state building and peace building. The state building part tends to focus on institutions, which structurally does not give as much space to the many, many women who are either leading organizations informally they're often informal leaders, and those spaces are not recognized very effectively except through certain conduits, often through joint programs. The Joint Women, Peace and Security Program, Women Political Participation Program has worked very well. It's a mission and agency joint program, which has worked on building networks of women as peace builders and trained them on peace building skills, supported them to actually do mediation and so on. And that has had a noticeable impact very quickly, actually. In the first year of the program's operation, there was a 10% increase in social acceptance of women as people who could make those kind of mediation situations resolve effectively. But in this is happening much more at the informal and local level, and at the top political elite level. I think that there are some worrying signs of backsliding. Not only have the numbers of women in parliament gone down, recent subnational elections have shown nowhere close to the 30% quota being reached. We're seeing only one female cabinet member now out of 25 cabinet members. There were more in the past. And in the political contestation that's happening in Somalia, as I've said, we're seeing rising conflict. There is an exclusion of women's voices. Somali women, it's a conflict between Somalis, but Somali women are saying we should be heard in this, we have a voice in this. And yet they're not part of any of the negotiating teams. It's a solely masculine dispute, it seems. And yet women are often bear the brunt of any conflict and of the insecurity that results. So I realize my time is sort of running to an end, so I don't want to go any more over that. But I just want to say that we are trying to include women, but partly that is through the joint programs where there is a much stronger linkage with women who are not involved in the elite politics so much. And that track happens alongside the attempt to push for institutional change and transformational change at the elected representative level, at the level of women in institutions of government, and that those two need to be together. But that has run up against the barrier of social change and resistance. And as we are rule of law practitioners, both the standard bearers of people who want to talk about rule of law and people who want to talk about gender equity, we are running up against entrenched forms of privilege, essentially, which does not want to give up those privileges. It sees making space as a way of losing control, losing resource, losing voice. And so women are we are trying to help the Somali women who, like Ilwad, who are doing an amazing job, to have that space. And in both tracks, both the formal and the peace building tracks, which might be happening outside some of those formal institutions. Thank you very much. That's it from me.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Nazreen. And I think we're running a little bit behind time, but I think we're still doing sort of okay. So, but before moving on, I would like, because I think we just still saw the ASG online. She might have left despite her schedule. I just want to go, oh, there she is. Thank you so much for still being there. One little follow-up question, very, very briefly. Ilwad, you're sitting there from the point of view of a Somali organization that's really trying to make a dent here. You just heard the colleagues, and you said earlier you have a whole number of recommendations, but there's not enough time. If you take one more minute, because we have the ASG, we have everyone still online, are we on the right track? Especially to close that gap that you see and have described in terms of we don't get it right in the formal space where women have to have a voice? One more minute.
We're not on the right track. I mean, I think that we have not a shortage of goodwill. We have enough mechanisms in place, but the implementation and even the advocacy around it is not just more funding. Funding, of course, is necessary, but I think that we also need to really recognize that, we need to have women's participation that survives leadership changes. So that survives political transitions, mission drawdowns, and we have to institutionalize it. And so for many, many years, not only in Somalia, but across the world, the agenda has focused on readiness, on preparedness, and all of that was necessary to get to a place where we are today, where we have overwhelming evidence of how peace does sustain when women are a part of it. But I would go a step beyond that on just also including that we need to have command directives and operational guidance that makes participation part of institution functions and not an optional extra. So if we have EUTM, if we have AU, that there should be a command directive that actually mandates the participation of women from civil society, from with the CIMIC departments. And that is something that is achievable and it does cement the role. So I think that we are making progress in the sense that it's no longer a question of should women or young women or youth participate, but now it's about being very savvy and practical about what we can control. And it doesn't always have to be about budgets, but it is about entry points for accountability. And I would say architecting that into the transition plan through a command directive would solidify that.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And I think that nicely closes the circle because that's how you, ASG, have started the session, in fact, referring to the issue of accountability also. Thank you. Thank you so much. And I would like to move the discussion on to now look a little bit more at this issue of inclusive institutions and sustaining peace. Damien, I see you online, ready to go. So from the DRC, I would love to ask you, from where you stand in transition contexts, what evidence have you seen that peace building and governance efforts are in fact more effective and sustainable when women are meaningfully involved? What institutional and political barriers do you see that continue to prevent women from doing exactly that, sitting at the table, influencing governance, justice and recovery process? Floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Marina. It is my pleasure to say a few words at this meeting that I wish I could attend in person. I was blocked last minute by travel restrictions due to Ebola outbreak in DRC. So I have just 4 quick points. First one is on what the global truth that we all know now is in the DRC reality, which means that women and girls bear the heaviest burden of conflict. We can see it here. We're talking about over 6 million displaced people, and 70% of those are women and children. Since January last year, we've registered more than 50,000 cases of sexual violence. So this basically means that those who have endured the worst level of violence actually know better what the solution should be. So the involvement of women is not only a matter of fairness, but it's now a matter of necessity because they understand better, they've experienced the violence, and they know what needs to be changed to move the society forward. The second point is on some of the very concrete examples of what we've done here. You know, we have noticed in practice that women-led mediation effort at local level actually produce better results. In 2017, in the Kasai region, where at the time there was still the peacekeeping mission before its total withdrawal in 2021, UNDP partnered with local organizations to train 200 women as community mediators through a small peace building fund. And this enabled the participation of women in mediation effort, and they actually led the mediation effort to resolve land conflicts and also some of the community conflicts that were increasingly creating violence and chaos in these communities. And the reason why I'm talking about that case in particular is because since that time, the conflict that were resolved never erupted back again. We have an history of conflict re-eruption, protracted violence here in the DRC. So having resolved conflict in certain communities and not having them back again is a good example of sustainability. And this is why I want to make that as an illustration to say that women involvement makes a difference. We have seen also this evidence in North Kivu, where there is a peacekeeping mission currently ongoing. And the reason why this is also working, because women are perceived as neutral actors. Men are the ones who fight most of the time. Women can end up being the victims. The third point is on institutions, because when the mission transitions out of the country, the government takes over. I think ASG Nyaranjai said it very clearly in her intervention. Currently, if you look at DRC institutions, the representation of women is very low. 12% in parliament, that is lower than the 24% average in sub-Saharan Africa. 32% in government, even though the prime minister is a woman, but it's still a minority. That means that women's influence in taking over responsibilities from international partners, including the peacekeeping mission, is literally reduced because of the numbers they represent. And often the posts they are given are not the most powerful ones. And the DRC constitution, there is public funding for political parties, but political parties that have representation in institutions. So women are trapped in a vicious cycle because they are not represented currently, they don't get funding for the political parties, therefore it perpetuates the inequality. The final point I want to make is that the very specific context of DRC, this is a vast country with different layers of crisis going on, Ebola, active conflicts, droughts, not drought, but I'm talking about IPC level, like hunger and vulnerability in communities. And only 3 out of the 26 provinces is actually experiencing active conflict. So the consequence of that is what is happening in the 23 provinces, something that the international community have very little oversight on. So the funding is going to the 3 provinces most of the time. Of course, active violence is there. But basically, when you look at the different realities, the fact that the mission transition enabled the mission to withdraw from areas, that basically means that the consequence is that some areas are completely abandoned and not even, there are no investment from the international community anymore in these areas. So that also brings one final point in on the North Kivu in Pachi, North and South Kivu currently. These are areas that are most of the part of those areas are now occupied by non-stakeholder actors, M23. So that brings the issue of responsibility. Who is responsible for what? When the states participate in international mechanisms, you have that accountability through UN institutions, etc. But when it's a non-state actor, it creates an additional layer of complexity and makes women more vulnerable and more at the mercy of violence in the communities that experience active conflict. Over to you.
Damien, thank you so much, especially also for sharing these very, very valid reflections. First of all, also women continue to make a difference. You've got the data, you've got the statistics, you've got the examples, but also for pointing at the same time to this vicious circle of being excluded, not being at the table, and feeding this inequality, which I think we've seen all around the globe. Thanks so much for sharing us, which is the perfect handover also to now here on the podium with me, Sarah Barton from the Clinton Global Initiative. Fantastic to have you here. And on that note, and taking into account Damien's and the reflections and the previous speakers, from where you sit, Sarah, these mission transitions, as we're now hearing again and again, exposing these gaps between international commitments, but also the sustained local support that's needed to carry what was landed, what was gained forward. What role can philanthropy, civil society, but possibly also the private sector play in this space? Can they play a role in that space to really continue to strengthen women's role as peace builders and sustaining peace and in recovery? Where do you see the biggest financing, but also partnership gaps in that space?
Yeah, thank you. everyone hear me? Lovely to be here with everyone. For those of you who don't know, the Clinton Global Initiative is a global platform for action. We convene stakeholders across the government, civil society, NGO, and private sector spaces. And we tried to utilize the kind of partnerships we're able to foster to advance specific kind of concrete projects. And I would say, you know, I would echo what everyone else has said about the impact of the past 2 years has been really, really devastating across all the issues that we work on, but in particular for gender. And I think it has become harder to engage with certain types of partners around anything that's related to gender. But we think that there are creative and innovative ways to do so. One of the things that we do through our platform is we convene partners to create what is called commitments to action. They're new, specific, and measurable projects. I really liked the comment about the formal and informal pieces, because I think increasingly what we've seen is an interesting growth in coalition-based projects, which I think we're going to see more of as the sector sort of continues to struggle with resources, but coalition-based models that help bring sort of international resources to actually local organizations. So one example, my colleague Rebecca Luron is here, who leads our humanitarian portfolio, and we have a commitment in our portfolio that is sits under the Center for Disaster Philanthropy and convenes a group of donors who are giving aid directly to the emergency response rooms in Sudan, many of which are serving women, and saying, you know, how do we connect aid donors that may be a little bit risk averse to be investing in really true localization efforts. We think that that's a big predicate too, because the civil society has to have capacity and resource to do direct response, but also be prepared to step into some of the opportunities when there is sort of democratic openings. And a sort of related commitment, both the Ellen Johnson Sirleaf Foundation and the Colmena Fund are really working on capacity building for the next generation of women leaders. We're seeing a confluence of the democracy space, the human rights space, the humanitarian response space, and in a world in which everyone has to do less with more, identifying ways to make those more synergistic allows us to leverage, again, the sort of resources that each sector can bring to bear. So both of those are examples of commitments that are investing in the capacity for women leaders, the next generation of women leaders. In the Ellen Johnson Sirleaf Foundation's setting, it is within Africa. In the Colmena Fund, they are a feminist intermediary fund, and they're investing in women's leadership development in the Global South. But one of the things that they're doing that's really interesting is they're specifically looking at how do they invest in closed democratic spaces, in women's movements, in participation in peace, in sort of the preparation for openings. But I think there is a lot of real opportunity to think about how do we bring more of the international resources directly to organizations that are doing direct work, and also thinking about how do we help satisfy some of the risk appetite that does drive a lot of the international resourcing. We have a lot of examples of private sector partnerships where sometimes what's needed is a trusted intermediary, and I think that's another thing that can be really helpful. It can absorb the risk. And the last thing I'll say is there are really interesting financial models, I think, that are very innovative, that can help generate additional revenue that can be put into these programs. The Equality Fund in Canada is an excellent model. It's really unique, and they're finding ways to make values-aligned investments with their money that they're then able to drive directly into feminist intermediary funds. And again, that's sort of saying, how do we leverage, it was initially capitalized by the Canadian government and the British government with some philanthropic support. How do we leverage an initial investment like that, put it into the private sector with a particular kind of values framework, and then use the money to actually resource local organizations? I think in general, our sectors would really value having more innovation in the sort of financial models piece and approaches. And I think it would be really interesting to think about how do we leverage more of that for democracy, peace building, and the transition space, which I think bridges both.
Perfect, Sarah. Thank you so much. It's very good also to hear a little bit from the outside, because sometimes we don't do that enough, but very important points around the risk appetite, because this is something definitely that when mission transition is general, happening in countries where you still have a lot of fragility. So how do you get partners involved that might not want to work at that sort of line of risk that's still there? And also the issue of financial models, because as we look at the international system, financing, how to finance any engagement will be the key dominating question. But thank you so much. I would like to still take maybe one more minute, Damien, to get back to you, because just maybe as a follow-up, we heard, and you made that point very strongly, that there is enough evidence, the role that women play and the difference they make. So why in practice are they still struggling so much to influence governance and recovery processes? What is it that you are seeing?
Well, what we are seeing is the concern of status quo when it comes to institutional transformation that enables women's participation. There are several legal instruments in the DRC which are not applied or sometimes distorted in the application simply because around the table women are not there. The second point I wanted to make are also the heavy influence of cultural norms on women's participation. You see that almost everywhere in every community. And third, all of the things we are talking about also have a relationship with the economy and the means, economic means. In the communities, even though women are the hardest worker, the one who carry the burdens of families, they are not the one who have the money. And therefore, poverty that affects women disproportionately also prevents them from being able to, beyond investing into children's food, education, and you name it, they cannot go into public spaces and put money into politics. And money in Africa, as the politics in Africa requires money, at least the context where I am in, and women are not the richest. So that creates a kind of vicious circle in which women are trapped. And this is why it's important that when it comes to political participation, I think we need to be increasingly more innovative when it comes to political participation, because I think it's important to throw money into women's group and women political parties. Otherwise, it won't happen. The political spaces we have currently are totally biased in profit of men, and this, of course, does not help in terms of transformation that are needed to get women around the table systematically. So, in conclusion, I want to say that first of all, we need to apply the laws that exist, because there are increasingly laws that are favorable for women participation. We also need to look at a much more holistic approach, which includes economic empowerment and other dimensions necessary for women to have the ability to express their voices within public spaces. Over.
Perfect. Thanks so much also for the over. No, very, very good pointers about the holistic approach, but also the need to actually really bring some more serious financing to this space, which brings me back to you, Sarah, because you were already hinting to that, because the overall question is, what do we have to do to make clear this is seen as a strategic investment in peace, right? And not just the support to which in its case alone is necessary, gender equality or the participation of women, but it's a key strategic investment in the country's future. How do we get there?
Well, one of the big topics that we work on is gender lens investing, which is a really interesting frame of saying, and there are some great standards. 2X Global has a great set of standards, and there are others as well. How do you look at the performance data of companies, for example, of all types, all sizes, all geographies, when they are inclusive of women in a certain set of practices? What types of things are you investing in regularly? A big thing that we're seeing thankfully some interest from the private sector in investing more into is women's health. It's a great example of how do you figure out how to work within what's possible. And I do appreciate the point about we need more innovation. We need more capital to be driven from the private sector and the government sector into these sort of framed lenses and approaches. We need more feminist economics. We need more of the sort of aligned holistic strategies from a government side. I think from the countries that have both a women, peace, and security frame or a feminist foreign policy frame with a feminist economics frame. And I think it's absolutely right that we have to do more to get more financing just flooding the market for women's leadership development and political participation.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much. We have one more speaker, Rob, who's been patiently waiting here. Before we then really want to open up the floor a little bit also to the possible questions online, to be a little bit more also coming back to you and your questions. Rob, we wanted to look with your help a little bit more at this issue of financing and system support. We've heard a lot, and there is a growing recognition that this sort of inclusive peace building really makes a difference because it contributes to more sustainable transition outcomes, bringing in women amongst many. From where you sit, looking at the peace building architecture, what changes do you think you can still see that are necessary to really include women and ensure that this leadership participation is systematically integrated in the ways forward?
All right, thank you very much for that question. Let me start by thanking UNDP for the wonderful partnership that we have had more broadly, especially including through the Global Focal Point for the Rule of Law, which we jointly run. And I think one of the answers to many of the questions we have here is how we work together as one rather than lots of small fragmented approaches. We all know that the evidence is clear that you need women leaders, women decision makers, women peace builders to have sustainable peace. Now, we still treat it, even in peace operation settings, sort of as an important but extra issue, where we all know that you can't really have sustainable peace without the engagement of that half of the society. And we've heard lots of examples of why that and how that is true today. Let me also step back. We're at this point in history where we have tremendous global conflict. And what are we doing? We're cutting the investment in peace. We're cutting the attention to an investment in multilateralism. We're questioning words, or some are, like gender. So we have exactly the wrong formula for this point in time. As we heard already, the defense budgets are soaring. We're spending a lot more on war, and we're not spending enough on peace. So I think we have to keep reinforcing that message. As we go through UN80, for example, it's all about shrinking, downsizing, doing less with less at a time when we need to do a lot more. In terms of the sort of getting more attention to women, peace, and security initiatives, I think there are several things that have already been said. But looking at the peace-building architecture, I think a stronger role for the Peace-Building Commission politically can help reinforce the importance of having this gender lens through transitions. So there is a gender strategy in the Peace-Building Commission, which integrates gender perspectives into the work of the Commission, but I think a lot more can be done. Now, you'd need a Security Council that's comfortable with a little bit stronger Peace-Building Commission, but I think the momentum is in that direction, and I think it makes sense. Also, of course, the Peace-Building Fund has a focus on flexible and catalytic financing in support of women-led initiatives. And there is a little bit more momentum around this peace-building work, but it's simply not enough. I would look also, when we're talking about transitions, are these areas, women, peace and security, youth, peace and security, other peace-building areas, are these areas at risk in peace operations? Because we're not going to have a successful transition if we're not even doing enough or doing it right, or things are being cut out of the mandates of peace operations. So we want to make sure that those peace operations have that strong base. And a lot of times as mandates are being written or budgets are being discussed, there's a tendency to try to cut things that look like they're almost symbolic cuts, things that are Christmas tree ornaments that people don't see as important. And everyone loves that analogy, but it's a horrible analogy because no one will stand up in a group like this and tell us what they think is an ornament and what is actually the root and core of the tree. Certainly, women, peace, and security is the root and the trunk of that tree. I think then next would be modeling. And I have one example of modeling. So we've had in the DRC 2 successive SRSGs that are women, DSRSGs, the head of our corrections program is a woman, and then a high percentage of our uniformed corrections personnel also women. And we went from a time in the DRC, and perhaps the Res Rep is aware of this, but a time when there were no prison directors that were women in DRC, and now there are 20. And the head of the military, or the civilian prison system, is also a woman. And it was not so much about preaching or quotas, it was about walking the talk. And then I think another thing important in transitions, we invest a lot in peace operations. We need to invest in the transition. There needs to be more assessed funding as a bridge, and this goes beyond the assessed funding that thankfully has finally come to the Peace Building Fund. But a tale of a mission or a bridge when we're moving out, or as we were moving out geographically in parts of DRC, there should be funds there to sustain some of the important programs that deal with women's peace and security, protection of civilians, etc., as part of how missions themselves operate, to avoid or lessen that financial cliff. And then finally, some of the tools have been discussed already about how we approach IFIs, how we approach the private sector to leverage this investment in this important area. But my final point is this is not just an add-on. We all know that, but I don't think that everyone that's making decisions around our engagement internationally, including in peace operations, knows that.
Excellent point to end on. Thank you so much, Rob. This was an incredibly rich panel with a lot of contributions, a lot of substance. Unfortunately or fortunately, we only have roughly 15 minutes before I want to equally turn it over to a very patiently waiting Ambassador Umetsu. 15 minutes where we have the chance to ask some questions. Over to you. Quickly introduce yourself, shoot up the question, and if you already know who you want to answer, just let's go to open up the floor and the unique opportunity to ask questions to a fantastic panel. Anyone here in the room or possibly online? I see 1 and 2.
Hi, everyone. My name is Victoria De Mello. I'm UNDP's regional specialist on rule of law based in our regional center in Addis, covering sub-Saharan African countries. Thank you for the discussions and for the contribution. I just have a quick reflection on, first of all, on Liberia, on the post-mission reality and how that affected women, especially women's livelihoods, on the basic infrastructure and logistics that a mission can provide to a country. And while there's a lot of discussions and considerations that are made at the political level, at the programmatic level, there are also very concrete consequences that a withdrawal have and had in different countries. And I could see this with my own eyes in Liberia, how some of the NGOs that are working more directly on livelihoods, for example, were saying that the sudden impact that it had, and that's something that I just wanted to frame here. The other point, and I think I'm I'm glad to hear the experiences from my colleague Damian here from the DRC, and it has been quite striking in the DRC, the impact as well of transitional justice processes, especially for women. And I think perhaps, Damian, there has been very interesting examples in the DRC that we were able to assess. So perhaps if I can ask you the opportunity perhaps to share with us some of the good examples that UNDP has been leading there, I think it will be really interesting for the room.
Perfect. Thanks so much. Another one. Comment, question?
Yeah, a very quick question. Thank you, Marina, and thank you, distinguished panelists, Revai Obek, and I'm with the Rule of Law, Security, Human Rights team that is part of this meeting. I wanted to just reflect on one point. Both, in fact, I think three, ASG Gumbonjanda, Nasreen, and Ilwad, you raised really the point about the disconnect of sometimes what happens in terms of conversation at the global level and the work actually that has to take place at the community level, at country level. Perhaps my key question is, how do we really bridge this gap? Because oftentimes we do talk about it, and oftentimes we do know that there are women peace builders, there are women mediators, there are women who are doing so much to contribute to these peace processes, and perhaps also playing a very, very key role of sustaining peace even within the geographical space that they occupy. But at the same time, they're not part and parcel of the global conversations, and their voices not necessarily fully reflected. But what is it that can continue to be done in the context within which transitions are happening to bring these voices to continue to feed up to this conversation and to meet the global voice that is also very sympathetic and understanding of this very key dilemma that we are facing? Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Maybe adding one more question from the floor. Anything online? Yasha, nothing? Yeah. We have two gentlemen back there.
Hi, especially because we're in New York, and you could say maybe this is following the priorities of Mayor Zohran Mamdani. I want to focus the question on three aspects: on how to empower women leadership around the world in different democracies and emerging countries. And in that process, how do you help with maybe childcare for working women and leaders? And then three, as a big part of all of that, and especially you could say in a youthful country or a Pan-African continent like Africa, how do you help with child mortality, infant mortality, and especially like in infectious diseases and chronic diseases to ensure children that get through childhood then can live fruitful lives and then become leaders and help with women leadership as well. So
thank you so much, but I do have the impression we need another 2 hours to respond to that. It might have been a little bit large as a portion, but thank you so much. I would take one more question here from the room and then go back to the panelists, maybe with 1 minute each, but just to let you wrap it up.
Thank you so much. It's been a really great discussion. Rebecca from CGI here. This is a question for Monsieur the rep in DRC and also Iwan as well. You mentioned the challenges of having non-state actors occupying right now Eastern DRC and the Kivus. And Iwan, I'm sure you've experienced this in your work. Like, yes, it's a challenge, but what is a collective action to make sure that women are a part of that transition and women-led organizations are working regardless? So what does that look like, and how can, since majority are UN actors right now, how can the UN get on board given certain restrictions about, working with governments and, responding to the calls of the governments? Like, how do we make sure that there's not a gap there? Makes sense.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And maybe starting with the last round of comments. ASG, can I get started with you? Any last final thoughts in response to those questions?
Thank you. Thank you so much to the colleagues who have shared their questions and to the extraordinary colleagues who have also shared their perspectives. Just 3 quick points. So let me start with the reflection on the private sector. At times, I struggle with the truth when I'm looking at the DRC, for instance, or I was in the peace talks for Sudan, for South Sudan, in the founding of the nation of South Sudan. These countries are not poor. They are filthy rich. They're flowing. And at times we talk about the resource curse in Africa. And I think that's where some of the conversation has to happen around peace building, around resourcing, is really to talk about the role that the approach that we need to take around the continental resources, especially natural resources, mines, minerals, agricultural potential, because there is a conversation which I think UNDP is well placed to position, that the women of the DRC are struggling, and yet everybody who carries a little bit of a phone carries a little bit of DRC. We are carrying the resources. So I think there is a political discussion that needs to happen around resources, security, and participation. And secondly, the point that Edward raised, it's an intentional, conscious decision, including for us in the UN, on who must be on the decision-making table. I have been in peace talks. When we are discussing humanitarian response, the room is full. When we start to discuss peace, power sharing a little bit, the room gets closed and less women and less communities are present. When we start to discuss wealth sharing, who owns which minerals, which contracts, it's closed the session. And I think what we are discussing today is that we need an intentionality for the women to be in the closed sessions as a matter of right, whether they are part of the delegations of the parties, whether they are experts of the UN or the AU facilitating response, or they are part of civil society with observer status. It has to be part of the rules of the game, not as an extra good feel. So I think that's my second point, to really support that we must institutionalize participation and resource participation so that women's organizations do not continue to struggle. I think the last is the point that Reva, you raised also around what needs to be done at the community level and the conversations at the global level. Let's be practical. Women in the communities do not have the security that some of us as diplomats enjoy. Women human rights defenders who have to say and confront the difficult conversations, and the people and the actors who may actually be holding guns, and which this woman might just be holding her heart and her community. We must talk about protection of community, peace mediators, peace builders, human rights defenders, because they are offering everything with no protection. So the issues around protection are so much associated with possible, meaningful, and full participation of women, because that's also one of the limiting instruments that we have. This conversation has been great, and the issue of care, I think we now have an ECOSOC resolution on care systems. Some countries, including Latin America, have advanced on this. Let's continue to put effort around care. And my last message, I have goosebumps spending time in Cox's Bazar at the Rohingya refugee camp. It's unfair. It's unacceptable that the world we are living in can still have the level of atrocities, displacements, because solutions are within the means of our member states and solutions are possible. So across the world, this is not just about Myanmar and the Rohingya refugees. My message is that peace is possible. And I really want to call on our member states to get the courage. Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you, colleagues, for convening.
Excellent. Thank you so much, ASG. Really, really appreciate it, especially that you also stayed along with us for the whole session. Very quickly, and I really only have 1 minute for each of you. I'm so sorry, but I really am feeling very, very bad for the ambassador who's been waiting here. Ilwat, over to you. One more minute of just reflections on it all, some of the questions.
Yeah, I'll try to keep it as brief as possible. I mean, those were all really important questions, but I mean, I think also just to first address the question about how do we bring more women's voices in and what could be done to move the needle. I would be remiss by not actually acknowledging also to the progress that has been made and the way that women's voices will move from just being anecdotal and just one off is by actually documenting their experiences and using that to inform the normative framework. And we're very grateful to have been working alongside UNDP for many years now to actually develop the community-based guidance note on reintegration, because even DDR and the preconditions of it are very far removed from the context of conflicts of today. And so to have civil society organizations not just be written about, but by producing these global guidance notes is one way in which we codify that women's experiences are actually best practices to be learned from. And to Sarah's point as well too about the private sector and what we heard also from Rob about modeling. Again, I mean, not to over highlight what UNDP is also doing in a very difficult context in Somalia is also taking risks. And one of the programs that we're running right now with UNDP also is bringing the private sector in through UNDP with WICA and LG, international companies coming together to work on preventing and countering violent extremism in partnership with Elm and Peace. And so when we talk about de-risking, it requires leadership. It takes UN agencies as part of these transitions to create partnerships and to even go in the most difficult places like Somalia and to show that there's a proof of concept. And so that is happening right now. So there is progress being made. There are women leading these initiatives in partnerships with this philanthropy, private sector, the UN, and we all have a role to play, but we need to stop talking about it and to start investing in it. And there is experiences of that. And maybe just a final point to the gentleman who asked about the connection between New York and just where this conversation is being hosted. You would think our issues are far more removed than they are. They really are not. And we see the rhetoric right now in the US that has foreign policy implications. That has implications on how communities, how work is funded. I'm from Somalia. Every day, that is a topic right now in the US. And so there is so many ways in which what happens in one part of the world affects how we view, dehumanize, divest in communities, but also we lose the opportunity to actually learn from other communities. Right now, where survivors are being silenced for speaking about sexual violence, we have seen so much leadership of women survivors from the DRC, from Somalia, transitional justice, speaking up, demanding. And those are lessons that I think we have invested decades in the UN, that now the global north can also think about implementing and not just exporting to the global south. So there's a lot to learn, but also ways that there can be partnerships between universities like Columbia and universities in New York to create that exchange where young people can also have that sense of purpose by being involved in something bigger than them in a world that is constantly reminding them that it's turning inwards than outwards and becoming more multilateral.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I'm realizing the session should have been 1 more hour, really, because there's just too much great substance and feedback. Nazreen, try the one minute. I dare you.
Okay, I will. Okay. I have one. I think we are people who talk about rights and justice. That language does not land with the people who hold the kind of power that needs to be wrenched back to make women have space in peace building. We need to change the way we talk about this away from only about rights and justice to the language that they care about. 1. 2, our community, our colleagues, ourselves, we have to see security, because we're talking about the peace and security space. That security is something that is seen as provided by men, given to women, And until the security is in place, the stuff that relates to women cannot be dealt with. That we know is wrong. The data tells us it's wrong, but that has been my experience, that security trumps every other set of rights. And the language of security is always about men with guns, men who control men with guns, and men who sit around the table to talk about men who have guns. And women might be given a seat at the table, but they're not seen as power brokers. So we need to be talking in political terms about women's role in those fora, rather than in terms about justice and, we should be there because we're 50% of the population. That has not worked. So we need to rethink our strategies, our language, and our positioning as an international community and as people who want to push this message in a much stronger way. We've done it. We haven't achieved what we wanted to achieve through 1325 and multiple resolutions. I still see the same issue. We'll deal with women's rights after we've dealt with the security problem. And women's security is not even discussed in that space. So that's I hope I got the 1 minute.
Almost. This was fantastic, and very good to keep on pointing to that pattern, right? We're not there yet, and there's a certain repetition. Damien, 1 minute.
Yeah, thank you so much. I have to respond to two questions. The first one is transitional justice, which is a big part of our joint justice program that we are implementing together with several agencies. And this, on the transitional justice aspect, we are focusing on 4 aspects. One, criminal prosecutions, holding perpetrators of severe abuses legally accountable, including through mobile courts. Secondly, truth seeking, investigating and revealing the truth about past atrocities, and this goes through local truth and reconciliation commissions that we support the establishment of. 3, reparations, very important, because this gives the opportunity to provide material and symbolic compensations to victims and those who have suffered. And finally, institutional reforms, because that's where we seek durability of the investment that we are making. When it's come to the second question on working with de facto authorities in the occupied zones, I have to say that in terms of community engagement, the fact that we are having de facto authorities constitutes a kind of opportunity in a way, because the UN rules of engagement say very clearly that we don't do anything that reinforces the authority of those de facto authorities. So our overall approach is to engage directly at community level, including with local organizations, women-led organizations. And we see a lot of opportunities in terms of getting the role of women much stronger than when we work only through the state or with the state. What I was a bit what I reserved about was the issue of accountability and the issue of the fact that we are working to strengthen national systems, and we do not want to invest into a system where government is not taking over, where de facto authorities create chaos and then go away later on. That's why I was kind of saying that the occupied zones pose a challenge for us in terms of institutional building and long-term perspectives that guide our action here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very swift. Sarah and Rob.
I'll be real quick. I think the biggest thing I would say is what I'm hearing a lot of is both the need for innovation and sort of like rethinking how things could possibly be, but also the realization that there's so many intersections at play that maybe aren't the first thing that comes to mind. I like the point on childcare. I think it's a huge thing. I think your point also on economic inclusion and opportunity, it's a huge thing. Those things are linked. But I think if we can think about creative coalitions, creative partnerships, learning from other sectors, and also learning from other issue areas, what's worked in health, for example, that could be leveraged for peace building. I think there's some opportunity there. And I will also just last say, I also really agree with the point that everyone needs to be in the room, bringing local and global together. That's the way you have like truly inclusive conversations. And without that, it'll just be a continued division.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. And just on the issue of the non-state actors, de facto authorities, really jumping off from what Damian said, but also from what Nasreen said about using the language they care about. They care about power, they care about money, they care about criminal accountability. And if I could, can do a plug for the team of experts on sexual violence and conflict, which is a partnership across 4 different UN entities, including UNDP, OHCHR, DPO, and the Office of the SRSG on sexual violence and conflict. It's that work on accountability that they do care about. Other language they care about is also their reputation. Even though they're non-state actors, et cetera, they do care how they are perceived. And if they're larger, they care about how they're perceived on the international stage. And maybe there's sometimes a little bit of room to get them to be a little bit more rights respecting. Very big political pull, and we have limitations on what we can do with de facto authorities. But I think those are 2 lines of inquiry to look into. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much, especially for more or less sticking to the 1 minute. It's amazing that this actually worked. Thanks a million. But before we're closing this session, in fact, last but not at all least, with a big thank you for his patience, we wanted to get some final reflections from someone who's sitting on a different chair, who's sitting on the seat of a member state. Ambassador Umetsu, thank you so much for being here. But of course, not handing the floor over to you without expressing that Japan has been one of the, if not the biggest supporter and champion around the globe when it comes to issues of human security, peace building, and very much also the positioning of women in this. So I think on everyone's behalf, a massive thank you for the fact that you and your government keep on pushing this role, keep on playing it, which is why we want to invite you, giving you the last word in the session, just to reflect on some of what's said, some of the challenges. Financing is always a big issue, but also the political, the formal space that we didn't seem to have yet cracked. Ambassador, thank you so much, and over to you.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. And I think I'm very pleased to be here because, I heard many enriched discussions, and I think that's a very resourceful. And probably, you said I need to express my reflection on out of this very rich discussions. Probably, if I should do that, probably it would take a really long time. So probably I'm better to stick to prepared text speaking note, which my expert made. And so, and thank you very much. In any case, allow me to read out text prepared by him. At the outset, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to UNDP, UN Women, PBPSO, and all partners for convening this timely and important discussion. I also thank all the panelists for sharing their valuable insights and practical experiences. Now the UN8 initiatives are taking place, which require stronger system-wide collaboration to advance a more coherent and effective One UN. So in this regard, today's discussion is very relevant because it brings together development, gender perspective, and also peace-building perspectives together. This is in line of Japan's long-standing commitment to promote the HDP nexus and the human security, as you said. And so it is also, from this point of view, I'm very grateful to participate in this discussion. And today's discussion has reminded us that drawdown or withdrawal of UN peace operation is not merely an institutional or administrative process. It is a critical moment for preserving hard-won gains and ensuring that national and local actors can continue to advance governance, protection, justice, and social cohesion. In such a critical moment of mission transitions, it is essential that women, peace, and security agenda is integrated into transition planning and financing arrangements. As repeatedly pointed out in today's discussion, women's full, equal, meaningful, and safe participation prevents conflict, consolidates institutional legitimacy, and restores community trust and recovery. Most importantly, this should not be pushed to the side, particularly in the face of mission transitions. As international mission capacities began to decline, it is possible that international attention would also erode, and both peace building and gender equality gains become more fragile. Women and girls may face heightened risks, including conflict-related sexual violence, gender-based violence, and shrinking civic space. Women peace builders and human rights defenders may face serious threats. In anticipation of such risks, working closely with partners on the ground is even more important in ensuring that transition pursues a survivor-centered, gender-responsive process that is firmly grounded in local ownership. Japan has consistently attached great importance to advancing the WPS agenda as an integral part of sustaining peace, guided by the principle of human security. We have supported efforts to prevent and respond to conflict-related sexual violence, protect and empower women and girls in conflict-affected settings, and improve access to justice, accountability, and survivor-centered assistance. For instance, Japan has supported capacity building of judicial actors and civil society members, including women, in the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo to strengthen accountability. This is one of the efforts to strengthen local ownership in collaboration with UN partner. As we close today's discussion, one message is clear. Sustaining peace after mission transition requires more than maintaining governance. It requires advanced transition planning, rule of law and justice support, institutional reform, and peace-building financing that are inclusive and responsive to the voices of all people, especially women and girls. I hope today's exchange will contribute to fostering more practical cooperation among member states, UN entities, civil society, and local partners so that the gain achieved during peace operations can be translated into more inclusive, gender-responsive, resilient, and durable peace. I thank you.
Thank you so very much, Ambassador. And you perfectly, actually, in your comments, drew again the whole cycle of from the big picture view at this issue to really also the nitty-gritty, the pushing the role of women and ensuring their participation from not only the political participation, but down to the level of one single initiative, and many of which really Japan has pursued and also funded. Colleagues, friends, participants, I do think it's a little miracle that we are just a little bit over time, because frankly, when I saw the names of this panel, the incredible substance that we hear today, I didn't think we're going to manage to actually keep all of that in this time limit. We did, and I really, really want to appreciate the contributions, the fact everyone still stayed online. It's very late from where you are. A massive thank you. It's one of those panels where it doesn't make much sense to summarize it, because it was so rich. There were so many points, a lot of very practical pointers for all of us to take forward, a lot of exclamation marks. Where are we not yet there? What do we have to pay attention to? And I really would close it on this note with a huge thank you for everyone who's been here with us in the room, and especially also the colleagues who at late hour are online. A massive thank you for everyone who stayed with us. And I think back over to Sarah. Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you again. That was a wonderful panel. We are going to have just a 5-minute closing, so I don't know if the panelists want to take their seats or they're happy to stay where they are as well. Sorry, Irina, can you hear me with this mic? Or? I'm not sure what that means. Got 2 mics, so great. Colleagues, I have been given the task of closing this meeting, and as Marina said, I'm not going to try to summarize everything from these sessions. We'd be here for another couple of days. At the same time, I do want to highlight some of the key takeaways, and particularly some of the quotes that have really struck me, and I know have struck some of the session leads from the last couple of days. I think at the outset, when I opened the meeting, I said I wanted to explore how rule of law, human rights, business and human rights, local action and peace building can help secure development in an increasingly fragmented world. And I think that we've had a number of conversations that point to that. We were very grateful, of course, yesterday morning to hear guidance from key leaders across this work, including the administrator, who, interestingly, listening to Nasreen's points about let's not talk about rule of law, let's actually take action, the administrator said people don't talk about the rule of law every day, but they feel its presence and they feel its absence. And he also reminded us that these are not separate from development, they're part of its foundation of development and what determines whether actually development holds. So that was the framing that we received, certainly from the UNDP administrator yesterday morning, and I think over the last 2 days has been key to our conversations. We had a wonderful conversation on community security, on local action, which, as I mentioned at the beginning of this meeting, local action and peace building are new teams that are integrated into Global Programme Phase 5, which we're very excited about, because we do believe it will provide UNDP the opportunity to provide further contextualised, integrated responses to the governance challenges that we have been discussing in the last couple of days. And that panel really spoke about the realities of community security, the daily realities of insecurity, talking about the criticality of local leadership. It's not just preferable, it's a pathway to reach the most excluded, marginalised and at risk. And I want to remind everyone of the powerful quote from Amat al-Salam al-Hajj, the Yemeni lady who joined us remotely from Yemen. She said, "Giving a voice to the voiceless is the key step in building a bridge between the national and the local, and rebuilding trust of local communities so they can fulfill their role in sustaining security." The National Security Advisor of the Republic of the Gambia also reiterated public trust is earned through actions, not just rhetoric. And our own resident representative from Guatemala mentioned security solutions matter to people, need to be designed with and for people. We need to see stakeholders as partners and as rights holders, not just beneficiaries. So it was some wonderful takeaways from that conversation on local action and the criticality for security. We then had, I think, a very rich country discussion on Lebanon. Those of you who have been coming to the annual meeting for some years will know we used to have country discussions, and recently in the last few years, because of COVID and various other things, we were not in a position to do so, but we really wanted to reintroduce it, and we were so grateful to have the Minister of Justice of Lebanon who flew for this meeting, and we were able to convene a really practical discussion on how to move from these global principles that we're speaking about to the operational realities and what it means in practice to advance rule of law and human rights in complex, politically sensitive and crisis-affected environments. And we were joined by a number of stakeholders from Beirut. It really helps to inform UNDP's programming, and I think that across the system in other challenging contexts, and I think we'll take away many of the lessons that were shared there. One of my favourite quotes of the 2 days was from the Minister of Justice, who shared with us, he said, "Rule of law, it's not a matter of priorities, it's a matter of existence." We concluded last night, we all had a nice time, those of us who were there at the in-person reception, and those who were not, you were well missed, perhaps next time. But this morning we started again with conversations on human rights and security. How do we make human rights really central to effective security, not as an add-on, not as a siloed approach, not as something we have to do extra, but as something central to our security provision. And we had a very interesting conversation on lots of different preventative and accountability related tools that the UN system and other partners use, human rights due diligence approaches, the role of national human rights institutions. Really the central message was on prevention and partnerships, political will, and how to do things in practice. And I'm pleased to quote Habiba Osman, who's still with us, the Malawian Human Rights Commission, who said that prevention requires more than responding after abuse occurs. It requires continuous oversight, accountability, and institutional reform. Thank you, Habiba, for making that point so clearly in that session. And Professor Mendez, who joined us from the Washington University, also spoke about prevention being building systems that are more effective in establishing truth, which was another really powerful quote from that session. We then had a very interesting session on dilemmas facing the private sector in conflict and fragile contexts. And we were reminded that speed cannot be a measure of success. Recovery must be timely, but it must also be responsible. And I'm sure if we'd continued that session, we would have talked about that balance and how you do that in different contexts. There was a very good quote from Miss Irina Fedorovich, who joined us from the Social Action Center in Ukraine. And she said, responsible investment should not be seen as an obstacle to recovery, but as part of what makes recovery credible, sustainable, and legitimate. And we were reminded that business decisions in conflict contexts carry consequences, and responsible business is both a responsibility and a long-term business interest. One of my favourite quotes as well of the 2 days was from Professor Ramstrami, who's had to leave us. She said, UNDP is a resource when you need something done. She was talking about on business and human rights, but I think we'll just use that in all of our communications materials for the next year. So that was an excellent session. And then lastly, I don't want to summarise this session here, of course. It was wonderful to hear from so many different actors. And really the message was that the evidence is there. We do not need to open the question, is women's political participation required? We know that it is. We know that it drives success. But how can we walk the talk and make a strategic investment in peace, as Rob mentioned us from the back, who's sitting in the back, and how can we also take risks, as Ms. Elman mentioned to us, which I think is very critical. And as ASG Gumbwanzanda said, peace is possible, we must institutionalise participation. So very nice messages from that one. So lastly, colleagues, I'd like to thank our partners and donors who invest in our work. We would not be here in this meeting today, but we would more importantly not have the results that we're able to discuss and showcase and that we wish to drive forward in phase 5 of our programme without those partners and donors. So thank you very much. And the range of speakers that we've had, it's been an incredibly rich number of panels over 2 days. I have a long list here, but I'm not going to repeat them all. You have your agendas, but thank you. And lastly, of course, to the global programme team who's made it possible. And I'd really like to give a round of applause to the translators, if we could just do that now. We all know without the translators, nothing is successful. I don't want to go into naming individuals who have helped within UNDP bring this together, because I'll be here for too long and I may inevitably forget somebody, but everybody has played an enormous part in making this a success. So thank you to all of the UNDP team. And as we continue to progress with Global Programme Phase 5, let's keep this conversation going. And let's reconvene in a year and all the other various touch points as a community to help advance these issues. So thank you very much, and I'm pleased to close the 2026 annual meeting. Thank you.